Good evening. We are going to get started. Elise, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Elise Eisenberg. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Duran.
Here.
Councilmember Heilman. Here. Councilmember Meister. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Horvath.
Here?
Mayor D'Amico.
Yes.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Now we will go through an approval of the agenda. Are there any changes from the staff?
No changes.
No changes from the staff. My colleagues, any changes or requests?
Mayor, I want to report on the closed session. Tonight's meeting was called to order at 6 o'clock. There was one comment on the closed session agenda and no reportable action taken in closed session. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I guess there was on the new agenda, which I didn't have in front of me. Thank you very much. All right, the approval of the agenda. Any changes from my colleagues? I guess there was one change to the agenda. There was the closed session report. All right. None? None?
Is it possible to move item 5B to consent?
Item 5B is about multicultural West Hollywood regarding events and possible celebrations.
I'm okay. I want to make some comments during councilmember comment about the item.
I have no objection. Seeing none?
I'm just not really sure of the direction, so if we could keep it on,
Sure,
that would be great.
absolutely. We'll discuss it at the end. All right. Who would like to make a motion regarding that? It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Heilman and Mayor Pro Tem Horvath. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We can't mark our votes tonight, so our votes will be verbal. And I will make sure that the city clerk knows the answer, and if anyone doesn't hear what we're doing, let us know and we'll say it again. Understood. But adjournment motions. I think we were going to, I was going to ask John Altschul if he would like to come up and talk during our adjournment motions here first. And then we'll hear from our colleagues on the City Council.
John Altschul, resident of West Hollywood. We all at this point know that Gene Dobrin passed away last Friday in the afternoon. I met Gene in January of 1990 at the first meeting of the newly formed Public Safety Commission, where she came and stayed a little while afterwards, and we engaged in conversation. And I think that was probably one of the last days that I didn't talk to her for many years, because I was constantly engaged in dialogue about the evils of alcohol and the consternation over development and issuance of alcohol permits. But it was challenging, and I learned plenty, including right in the very beginning, the use runs with the land. Why she chose to pound that into my head for a couple of months after we met, I don't know. But at any rate, she would say that it doesn't matter how nice and how neighborhood friendly the applicant or the developer or the business owner is. They could get their right to do it today and sell it to Idi Amin tomorrow. What I want to just briefly say today is to thank, on Gene's behalf, the entire city staff for the attention and the participation that they engaged her in, or allowed her to engage them in, about the process of governing in this city. She appreciated every single time she was able to talk to somebody in the city staff and express her opinions. And also for the social service programs for seniors. Jean was a very, very appreciative and a very, very constant beneficiary of the city services for seniors for decades. The Jewish Family Service senior programs are fantastic, and she had one of the most wonderful individuals as her caseworker on that program, Denise Herschel, and if you ever get a chance to meet her, I highly recommend that you do. Denise saw that Jean had somebody for years come Tuesdays and Fridays to give her a bath, to take her shopping, and Denise herself and the individual that worked with Jean solved a lot of the problems that when people get to be a certain age, they couldn't do what they used to be able to do to live their life in an orderly fashion. So the city was a major, major part in Jean getting to be almost 100 years old. Just very briefly, I think sometime around a year ago, at her request, Mayor D'Amico and I went with her to Westwood Cemetery, and she decided that's where she wanted to be after she was cremated, and that's what will happen. She also decided that there should be an event at some point discussing her years and her tenure as a community activist, and there will be such an event. So thank you all very, very much for your friendship to Jean. She was very appreciative and did it her way. Thank you.
Thank you. Without objection. Without objection, we will adjourn tonight's meeting in Jean Dobrin's honor. 99 years old, died on January 31st, 2020. Any other, John?
Thank you, Mayor. One of our longtime employees, Eric Matikosh, lost his father, Daniel Joseph Matikosh. Daniel was a U.S. Army veteran. He was involved in his local Presbyterian church. He was an avid sports fan, but first and foremost, he was a loving family man. And I know that Eric will miss his father, and so will the entire family. So I would request that we adjourn in his memory.
Without objection.
As is our tradition in the city of West Hollywood, to adjourn our council meetings in honor of military service personnel who died in service to our country since our last meeting. Specialist Antonio I. Moore, age 22. Captain Ryan S. Fanoof, age 30. Lieutenant Colonel Paul K. Voss, age 46. Thank you.
John or Lauren, any adjournments? No. Okay. As I mentioned, we will adjourn in memory of Jean Dobrin. Next up, we have our public comment. Nope. Next up, we have our presentations. Thank you very much. The first presentation is not in my hands. Thank you very much. No, I have that. I don't have the proclamation itself. Actually, I see that. Hold on. I believe we have members of Hollywood Now and the Women's Advisory Board, and if you all would like to come up while I read this, that would be terrific. Thank you very much. So this proclamation is in honor of commemorating the 22nd anniversary of V-Day, which V stands for vagina. 22 years ago, Eve Ensler's play, The Vagina Monologues, gave birth to V-Day, a global activist movement to end violence against all women and girls. cisgender, transgender, gender nonconforming, bringing widespread attention to issues of harassment, rape, battery, incest, female genital mutilation, and sex slavery. And V-Day acts as a catalyst to promote creative events that increase awareness, raise money, and revitalize the spirit of existing anti-violence organizations. The city of West Hollywood has a long history of involvement with V-Day movement, from issuing proclamations such as this, hosted media events in conjunction with V-Day, has sponsored local productions of the Vagina Monologues, I believe, for 5 years running now, 4 years running, fantastic. Eve Ensler's Until Violence Stops Festival and the 1 Billion Rising campaign. And the city of West Hollywood is active in the fight against violence against women through advocacy on the local, state, and federal and global levels, and through legislation, programming, and services, specifically in the areas of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. This year, West Hollywood will commemorate the 22nd anniversary of V-Day with the sponsorship of 2 performances of the Vagina Monologues, produced by the Hollywood chapter of the National Organization for Women, supported by the city's Transgender Advisory Board and Women's Advisory Board. These events, featuring a cast of local activists, have raised over $15,000 in the past 3 years, and by continuing to promote the important message of consent, highlighted the city's ongoing sexual assault awareness campaign, Only Yes Means Yes. So I want to thank you all for coming, and thank you all for coming to the Vagina Monologues on Saturday. There's 2 performances. Information is available on our website, and if you all would like to go down there, we can take a picture with this proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor D'Amico and council members. My name is John. I am the president of Hollywood Now. Yes, men can and should be feminists. If you're not, see, we have applications outside. I am not going to do much talking because men need to give space to. I want to give space to our vice president, Karen Ayers. But please come on February 15th and 16th to our production right here. It will be a wonderful time. We sell out every year. So literally get your tickets now, because when you call me on Saturday and say, can you get me in? It's the hottest ticket in town apparently, but I will try my best. So please get tickets. It all goes to help Planned Parenthood Los Angeles, which we all know that reproductive rights are under attack, so we need to do everything we can. And Karen?
Hi, City Council, Mayor. I want to thank the city for supporting this effort year after year, not just the Hollywood Now production of the Vagina Monologues, but for the V-Day celebration and commemoration. It is so important to recognize and to raise awareness about the violence, the sexual violence facing women in this country and all over the world. And this city steps up, and I am so proud to be a resident of this city. This year, we are incorporating into our production the theme of women's suffrage and the centennial of the 19th Amendment, and the importance of the vote for the last 100 years for women, and the vote this year in our year of 2020, because we got a big election coming up. So we come to our event. We make it fresh every year. It is on Saturday, Sunday, matinee, 2 p.m., February 15th and 16th. Expect to be surprised. Expect to see a lot of your community members taking the stage and having a rollicking, feisty time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I believe our next presentation is from our LA County Registrar, the recorder. good evening. Yes, please.
I didn't realize I was going on right now. All right, thanks for having me here. Appreciate the council making time to go over the changes for the election coming up, which is a month away. And so our project is called Voting Solutions for All People. You may have heard about it. We call it VSAP for short. And I'm Jeff. I'm the manager of civic engagement for the LA County Registrar. So we're getting out to all the cities in order to present on the changes, inform not just the councils around LA County, but also the public. And really, we're just trying to partner with everyone. There's a lot of people in LA County. We're trying to reach out to 10 million people, so we really depend on these partnerships in order to get the information out. And so the first thing I want to say before I get started is that if there's anyone in the community that also would like this information or you would like us to connect with, we're happy to do so, and I'm happy to make myself available, or anyone on my team would be available for that. So we call it a new voter experience. It's more than just a new voting device. It's more than just a new voting period. There's a number of changes that are taking place for the upcoming election. And so the first one is the electronic poll book. This is familiar to people when they would go in and they would go into a polling place and they would check in. Normally it was a paper roster. We're replacing the paper rosters with an electronic poll book. And this allows us to look up voters regardless of where they go in LA County. Starting this year, you can actually vote anywhere in LA County. You're not going to be assigned to a specific polling place anymore. And so the electronic poll book allows us to look up in our voter database if someone is registered to vote, mark them as voted real time. A few other things we can do with the electronic poll book: we can now offer conditional voter registration. Some people know it as same-day registration. And this allows someone to register to vote up to and on election day. So for most of us, know there's a voter registration deadline, which is 15 days before the election. This year, because of the holiday, it'll actually be February 18th. But some people don't know that there's a deadline, and so they miss the registration deadline if they want to vote. Now they have an opportunity to vote and have their ballot counted in that election. They also have the ability to make any changes to their voter registration, update your address. You can also change your political party affiliation, which is really important for the upcoming primary election, and so nonpartisan voters can cross over to Democratic, American Independent, or Libertarian parties. So depending on the registration, someone may not know what those rules are. Also with the electronic poll books, if someone shows up and they're a vote-by-mail voter, we can cancel or suspend their vote-by-mail ballot and then issue them just a regular ballot. No more need to vote provisionally, which was always a little bit of a difficult process for some voters. So that is the electronic poll book. Is something that we will have staffed, and there will be a staff member there to greet someone as they show up and check in at a vote center. Moving on to the modern tally system, this is another change because we have a new style of ballot. It is still a paper ballot, but it is a different style of paper ballot. It's a much larger sheet of paper. We have a new tally system, and this allows us to really more efficiently process the election, tally the election, do recounts and audits. The main reason I have it in this presentation is to emphasize that it is still a paper-based voting system. It's not electronic voting. The tally machines will tally the actual papers, and that's how we do count the votes for the election. The interactive sample ballot is a new service that we're offering to voters. So now everyone gets their sample ballot booklet in the mail. I think that's familiar to everyone, and it lists who you're eligible to vote for. Starting this election, you have the ability to go onto our website and get an interactive electronic version of that, make all of your selections ahead of time either on your mobile device or your home computer, generate a QR code called a poll pass. It's very similar to an airline boarding pass. And then you bring that into a vote center. Once you get your paper ballot and you insert that into the ballot marking device, you would scan your poll pass and it instantly transfers your selections over to the device. This saves people time, so it's an expedited process. As you know, with the consolidation, ballots can get very long. So now voters are voting not just for city and local measures, local candidates, but they're also voting on all the presidential and the statewide contests. So this offers voters the ability to take care of everything ahead of time so they could theoretically be in and out of voting in 10 minutes or less. So that's the interactive sample ballot. The one thing I want to emphasize about the ISB, we call it for short, is that there's no personal information on that poll pass. It's literally just an electronic version of who you've selected, but there's nothing to tie it to a specific voter. Moving on, the ballot marking device is one of our signature items for this election. We have a brand new voting device. That's a picture of it from the top down. I don't know if anyone's had an opportunity to try it out at any of our demo centers, but it's a very intuitive device. It's something we're very proud of. It's created and owned by the people of Los Angeles County. We're actually the first county to ever create our own voting system and have it completely publicly owned. So the ballot marking device is, as mentioned, it's a paper ballot. There's also no internet, no Wi-Fi, no Bluetooth or anything like that. So it cannot be hacked. I know that's a concern for a lot of people. And it's a secure device. It's essentially like a big printer. It's fully accessible, so regardless of your level of accessibility, you can use the same device as everybody else. And also it offers translation into languages, in all the languages that we serve voters in LA County. So it's English plus 12 other languages. So if you want to hear your ballot in Spanish or Farsi, Hindi, Thai, any of the other languages that we serve voters, they'll all be programmed into the device. And it has an audio feature available so you can listen to your ballot in English or any of those languages. It's very intuitive, as mentioned. It's been focus tested with over 5,000 individuals. And when you see someone use it, even people who are skeptical, once they start using it, they see it's actually pretty easy to use. Voters make their selections and then cast their ballot on the same device, so you don't give your ballot to an election worker anymore. There is a ballot box attached to the ballot marking device. The voting period and vote centers. So these go together. Starting this election, voters will have 11 days to cast their ballot. And for the last 4 days, we'll have approximately 1,000 locations around LA County, also where voters can go, and to any of those locations. So as you can see with the electronic poll book, we need a way to look a voter up regardless of where they go in LA County. It could be someone voting by their work, by their home, leaving school, visiting relatives. Anywhere that voters want to go, we wanted to create a voting system that was we meet voters where they're at, and it really mirrors the mobile society that we have here in Los Angeles County. Moving on to the vote by mail ballot. So the ballot is still the same that we had in 2018. That's the first time we rolled out our new vote by mail ballot. It's more intuitive. You mark directly on the paper itself. What is new for this election is that we'll have 200 vote by mail drop box locations around LA County. So voters will now have 3 ways to return their ballot. You can drop it off at one of the vote by mail drop box locations. You can return it by mail. It's all postage paid. Or you can walk it into a vote center and just like people had done with polling places. So a lot of big changes for the election coming up. I have a video now that will play, and it'll summarize what I just mentioned. I think sometimes you have to have QuickTime. Okay, well, we can move on. It says QuickTime not available, so we'll go on. But if anyone does want this video, we can send you the link and we can make it available. It summarizes what I had just mentioned, so no problem moving on. For vote by mail, there's a picture of the vote by mail ballot. It's, as mentioned, you can return it 3 different ways. You can either return it by mail, postage paid. You can walk it into a vote center or one of the 200 vote by mail drop box locations that we will have throughout LA County. So a little more on vote centers. On the left is the layout of our typical vote center. We'll have 3 sizes of vote centers. We'll have large, medium, and small locations. The small will have about 10 ballot marking devices, medium will have about 30, and the large will have about 50 ballot marking devices. So when a voter goes in, it'll be fully staffed. We'll even have staff to help someone get started on the ballot marking device if they're uncomfortable or they're intimidated by the technology. But it's pretty streamlined and pretty straightforward and easy to use. We'll have greeters there to greet voters as they arrive. On the right, there's a picture of our mobile vote center. We have 3 mobile vote centers that will be out and about in LA County, 3 per day through the 10 early days of voting. So some voters will have the option, in addition to vote centers, if they choose to, they could go to one of our mobile locations, and those will be advertised as well. In the middle are the sort of the high points that hopefully everyone will remember at the very least. These are the key points to take away from this presentation. So number one, voters can go anywhere in LA County. We want everyone to know that is an option. We have the electronic poll book. We'll replace the paper rosters, and this allows us to look voters up regardless of where they go. The one thing to note about the electronic poll book, we'll update our voter records real time. So if a voter shows up at one location, they won't be able to drive down the road and vote at spend the whole day driving around to vote centers. We'll maintain the integrity of the election. This also changes how people look up who's voted. This is something that's important to people who run for office, and they go and they look at the street index. We will now have an interactive portal on our website where campaigns and organizations can look up to see who has voted. Everything will be fully accessible, not just the voting equipment, but the vote centers as well. Accessibility is a big feature we take into account. We want to make sure that everyone, regardless of accessibility or regardless of need, are able to vote in the vote centers themselves. And 11 days of voting, again, 250 starting February 22nd, and 1,000 for the last 4 days. Data has been a big part of this project. It actually started in 2009 with some data that Caltech and MIT provided to us about how to improve the voter experience. Recently, we did some focus groups on why people didn't vote in an election. So on the left there are the top reasons. These aren't really a surprise to too many people if you follow elections at all or voting. But the number one reason people said is they were too busy on election day. The next one is the election wasn't that important. As you go down the list, they forgot about the election, unable to get off work, out of town, didn't register in time. All these reasons will go away under our new vote center model, because now if you leave work at 7 p.m. on election day, you can vote at the vote center by your work if you're worried about not getting home in time. Or you could just vote on the weekend or the week before. Everything goes away. The only one that really we can't change is whether or not the election is important to someone, but I think as a community, as individuals, we talk to our family and friends and encourage people to get out to vote. The one I like to focus on a lot is people forgot about the election. This is something that we hear from time to time, but now with 11 days of voting, you're going to hear about the voting every day, and people will hopefully get that reminder. On the right are the locations that people have said that they want to have vote centers. So a lot of our vote centers will be the traditional public library, elementary school, community center. Over time, some of these locations might change. The vote center model is actually based on a model they use in Colorado and Nevada. In those states, they use shopping malls in some cases. They still use city halls, and they still use schools and things like that. But they start using more unconventional locations, and it becomes a win-win for everyone. Voters like it because they're out and about doing shopping or running errands, and then they can go ahead and cast their ballot. The malls like it because it brings in foot traffic. And then the county likes it because they get a free location. And anytime the county gets something for free, we generally like that. So it kind of becomes a win-win for everyone because it's really meeting voters where they're at and bringing the election to the voters. Okay, a little more on the interactive sample ballot.
Do you know how much longer this will be? Because we usually have a couple 3-4 minute time limit here.
2 more minutes and then I'll be done. Is that okay? I'll make it 1 minute even? Okay. All right. So the interactive sample ballot is make your selections on your mobile device or your home computer. You generate your poll pass, and then you scan it when you get your paper ballot, and you insert that into the ballot marking device. Again, no personal information on the poll pass. Ballot marking device, as mentioned, it's very intuitive, it's straightforward, easy to use. On the left there is the ballot box attached to the back. Those will come back to our office at the end of every night. And in the middle, you can see the legs are wider. That allows someone in a wheelchair or needs to be seated to get up close to the ballot marking device. On the right is showing the paper ballot still in the ballot marking device. It's very easy to use, regardless of your age. This was during our mock election. We had people of all ages come down and vote. There's someone who's 5 who was able to use the ballot marking device and cast their ballot. And on the other end is someone who is at the other end of the age spectrum, and they were able to use the ballot marking device. And also for accessibility, someone can now access those features on their own. They don't have to let a vote center worker know that they have a disability or anything like that. So someone's using the audio. In the middle is someone who may or may not be using the accessibility features, but they can activate it on their own. And on the right is someone in a wheelchair who can get up close to the ballot marking device. We'll skip this because it's another video. The last one is the flow chart. So a lot of times people say, well, you're changing so much, how am I going to really know what to do when I go to vote? Really, the process isn't changing. How you interact with that process is what's changing. So step one, you arrive at a vote center just like before. You have to arrive at a polling place. Step two, you check in on the electronic poll book. A staff member will check you in, rather. Replaces the paper roster. Step three, you get your paper ballot. It's a different style of paper ballot, but it's still paper. Step four, you insert it into the ballot marking device. Then you make your selections, whether you have the poll pass or you make your selections by hand, either way. You review, print, and cast your ballot, and then you get your I voted sticker. And that's it. Any questions?
I expect to see I voted stickers on everyone here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right.
I believe that brings us to public comment. And we have, let's see, we have Larry Block to be followed by Steve Martin.
Ready to go first. Larry Block, West Hollywood. The first thing I want to do, a little bookkeeping, and is invite everybody to look at our new Public Facilities Commission Green Awards. The applications are out for a business, an organization or a school or a nonprofit. And now, with respect to Jean Dobrin, I would like to play a video, an audio that I have of Jean that I found on my phone talking about how local candidates running for city elections should think about local things. Finally, just real quick, we cleaned out Jean's estate sale. I bought a bunch of her jewelry and this hat, which is her pins of her whole life, of all the events she attended from all the cityhood events. And I know that she would want Lauren Meister to have this hat. So I wanted to give this to Lauren Meister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Block. Steve Martin to be followed by Tracy Benson.
Steve Martin, and during that pause, if Jean was here, you'd be hearing a screech right now saying, "State your city of residence," which I will do since in her memory. I am speaking on 2F, the consultant that you guys want to hire. As you recall, 2016, we had a report from another study that said we were in a rapidly coming up to a position where we were approving so many hotel rooms that we were in danger of cannibalizing the room rate. I've talked to a number of GMs in the city. They believe that to be true. And there's some concern that this study, I'm not sure why we're undertaking it. I'm hoping that we're not just doing it to refute the prior study, but it's a very important issue on how we move forward with the city, because we want to keep the city economically sustainable, as well as all the people who've invested in here. Back to Jean Dobrin. I met Jean during the cityhood campaign. A number of people will recall she was somewhat skeptical about cityhood, but then if you would have been there and seen the 43 candidates running, you might have understood some of her reasons for skepticism. But once the city got started, she loved it. She loved the people up on city council, even though I know it was sometimes difficult for you to perceive that. But she was an equal opportunity yeller. And I will say that there are so many things and so many people that she mentored. And I certainly think that John Alschel, who's here tonight, the community really owes a debt of gratitude for him because he cared so much for Jean, took care of her physically, took care of her finances right up to the very end. And I know that was 3 or 4 years of heavy drudgery. Also, real dedicated friends like Larry Block, Allegra Allison, and our mayor, John D'Amico, who were just so religious about seeing her. And I know, John, from talking to her, that your visits meant very much to her. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Block. Tracy Benson to be followed by Stephanie Harker.
Tracy Benson, a resident of West Hollywood. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to have met Jean Dobrin. I was honored to know her for the last decade of her life, and originally I had volunteered for her. I had to quit after a month because I couldn't take it, but I still remained her friend for many years, and up until the very end I was with her, and just thank you very much. She loved the city of West Hollywood. I heard about it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Harker to be followed by Elise Eisenberg.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker, City West Hollywood. I wanted to thank the speaker who came about the new voting machines. I really have some concerns about that, and I don't think there could have been a worse year for us to roll out something new that will have issues. And I understand that the cities of Beverly Hills and Santa Monica are going to file suit. I don't know where that will leave us with because in smaller cities that have no primaries, as we are here in West Hollywood, there are more than 4 candidates many times, and the electronic equipment says more. I don't think it says there's more on so they're not putting them all on the same page, which means either you as a candidate or someone you're going to vote for, you may not see them on that, and the public may not know that you're actually running for council. So I hope we are getting involved in that in a big way, because I think it's a serious issue not to have all of the candidates visible on one sheet. And I just read, in terms of things going by, I just looked at my phone, it said the Iowa caucus results may take a few hours due to voting app problem. So they too are experiencing that. I wanted to thank the city for the Hart Park pop-ups that they're doing. I hope that my fellow citizens will get involved in that so the city has input from everyone, mainly to make that accessible to the disabled. And I also wanted to thank for the larger print. I think that's part of our new system. Thank you to whomever did that. And could we please get 2 screens? We've got a lot of money. Let's put 2 screens, large screens with great big subtitles on it. And I would like to offer up my services to shout out periodically in memory of Jean, so you won't miss her so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elise Eisenberg to be followed by Michelle Kanziger, our last speaker. If anyone wishes to speak, please put a speaker slip in.
Elise Eisenberg, City of West Hollywood. I'm just speaking in memory of Jean as a good friend. Oh, I haven't been upset and cried about her, but I'm feeling emotional now. I met her about 15 years ago at the same time I met John Alschel when I showed up at a planning commission meeting for Tower Records, and I met Jean immediately afterwards, and they were both mentors to me. I know everybody knows how smart Jean was and how she talked on everything, but I don't know that people really appreciated how unusual it is to have such a sharp mind so late into her years. She was sending emails and reading on the internet until the past year or two, really. And I think that's really remarkable. Her passion was inspiring, her integrity It was something that just spread to all of us. She was the conscience of the city, the same way Adam Schiff is the conscience of our country right now. So she's a big loss, and I'm glad everybody appreciated her. Everybody up here was a good friend to her. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eisenberg. Michelle Kangazer is our final speaker.
Hello. I represent the West Hollywood Lions Club. I would just like to say that we are very hopeful that we can continue our service to the community. When our founder of the club built this, along with the Boy Scouts, built this log cabin several decades ago in the 30s, our commitment was to the community then. On the front of the cabin, it says a community project by the West Hollywood Lions Club. And I thought I would mention something that maybe many have not considered, or a few haven't considered, but it's a legacy for us as well. And it's as much of our history, the West Hollywood Lions Club, as it is to this community. We have worked diligently to support this community in a very caring way, and we've built wonderful relationships. And the support groups that have continued to grow there, the sobriety groups that can continue to go there and that we support. And we pray and hope that we will be able to continue to do that. We own the cabin, and we're committed to continuing the good work and the magic that has been there for years. And we hope that through conversations with you and City of Beverly Hills, that we'll be able to come up with a resolution that will support that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think,
Ms. Kanziger, I just have one question, if it's okay. I'm interested to know, you said you're very involved in the city, and I think this is my first time meeting you. So could you tell me a little bit about what the Lions Club does or has done in the city?
So as a member of as a club and a member of the Lions Club International, we're a nonprofit group, and our only goal is to serve. We're all volunteers. And one of our special projects of our club is to have the log cabin and to support the community with that cabin. And a large part of our work over the years, since the 30s, has been to host sobriety groups. And we have about 24 groups there now with about 400, 500 members that go there. And it's a quirky place, but people love it. If you go to change.org, you can see all the comments about how it's helped save people's lives. Even some of our own members have been to the cabin and are in recovery. It's not intimidating, it's accessible, practically speaking, it's spacious, it's affordable for many of these groups. It's friendly, it's communal, and people just have a wonderful a support system there and community there. And like I said, it's really important for us as Lions to serve this community, and we have plans with the new leadership and the new board, which came about this past August, to do the upgrades that we've been wanting to do for years. We've talked to some of the members and asked them about what they would like to see at the cabin, and as soon as we know that we have a commitment to be able to stay on this property, we'll absolutely get started on those things.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kingser. Have a good
Kanziger,
evening.
I have a question for you as well. Every nonprofit is required to file what are called 990 forms declaring their receipts for monies received and monies expended.
Yes,
I have not been able to find any 990 forms online or anywhere for the West Hollywood Lions Club. If they exist, we would appreciate having copies of the 990s for the last 20 years, if you have them.
We, again, we've sent letters to you guys and the City of Beverly Hills, so I'm hopeful that we can have a conversation and sit down and show you some of those as
They
as
should
well.
be filed with the IRS and available online for public inspection under the IRS rules and regulations. So if they're not available to the public, generally either in place or online, you're in violation of federal law. So I would hope that as this process continues, that the adherence to law, the federal laws around nonprofits, will have some indication about what you've been doing to serve this community.
Okay.
The AA groups meet on their own. They're autonomous. It's in their 12 traditions. They're not doing the work for the Lions Club.
Oh,
It's
no.
unclear to me.
We're serving them by hosting, by having the cabin, right?
No.
No. You don't agree?
I guess I maybe we're done. If we're not done, I
Okay,
would just...
we'd love to continue this
That's
conversation.
exactly what I was going to say.
We welcome a response.
It's likely that this will be noticed as a public item to discuss, and then we can have further discussion and input from the public directly. I hate, unless the city attorney or the city manager wishes to weigh in, I think maybe we just want to thank you for coming to speak and remind you that the city of Beverly Hills also takes public comment.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. That, I think, is our last public speaker. So now we'll move on to council member comments. Councilmember Duran, you were just speaking. Did you want to say
I guess
some
I'm
more?
on a roll.
Okay.
I wanted to thank everybody who came and gave tribute to Jean over the years. Our relationship was complex. Sometimes she loved me, sometimes she didn't. Towards the end, though, she did express how much she cared for each and every member of the council today and past. And so may her soul rest in peace. I wanted to briefly mention that February the 12th, as part of Valentine's Week, we are hosting a chemsex town hall meeting here in council chambers. We have been struck by an extraordinary amount of overdoses in this community, primarily in the gay and bisexual male community. And it has to do with crystal meth and the continuing abuse of crystal meth and now the fentanyl lacing that is occurring not only in crystal meth but cocaine as well. We've had 5 previous town hall meetings on crystal meth. This will be the 6th one. But the stakes seem to be raised somewhat with the addition of fentanyl as an overlaid substance that has proven deadly in far too many cases recently in the city. I want to thank Alexis Sanchez, if she's still here, she is going to moderate the forum with me, and we've put together a handful of panelists who are experts on crystal meth. And we're going to have another frank discussion about the drug and its impact on our community and what people can do to make sure their loved ones don't end up another statistic in the city. So that's coming up next week, February 12th, 2 days before Valentine's Day, in order for us to remind one another that we do love and care for each other and that crystal meth is really wreaking havoc on our people. So I hope you'll come. Alexis, thank you very much for moderating that forum. Jimmy Palmieri, if you're listening at home, thank you for the Tweakers Project and your 2 decades of work on crystal meth. And the battle goes on. Hope to see you there next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. I also want to just say a few words about Jean Dobrin. I was sorry to hear about her passing, even though someone is 99 years old. You know, it's still a shock when you hear the news. And I met Jean over 20 years ago at a West Hollywood West Residents Association meeting. She didn't live in West Hollywood West, but she basically adopted our neighborhood and really had so much to offer in terms of her knowledge about the city and everything going on in the city. She was complicated, but the one thing that she truly loved was this city. And anyone that she thought also loved the city as much as she did, she would do anything for and share her knowledge and give her support. And she was always very supportive of me. I tried to fix her computers once in a while, and luckily she didn't notice my patience level. But just, you know, and also just want to say to John Altschul how much I know she valued your friendship, because she always brought you up and brought up your name and John D'Amico's, and she really loved you as well. So rest in peace, Jean, although I know Jean doesn't want to rest in peace. She definitely does not want to rest in peace, but thank you. Now city business. I want to thank everyone who participated in the homeless count. Also want to thank the National Council of Jewish Women, LA, for hosting Row at 47. If you attended the Hart Park pop-up, if you didn't get to attend the Hart Park pop-up on Saturday, there will be other opportunities for you to participate and give your opinions on in what you'd like to see at at Hart Park. Regarding the consent calendar, I just had a question on item 2F, which is the agreement for services regarding hotels, the marketing study. I just wanted to know if we could, and maybe the city manager can answer this in his comments, if we could also look at the issue of conference space to determine if West Hollywood is a destination for conferences and what kind of space, if so, what kind of square footage would be needed. And I think we need to look at that as we look at our hotels in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Howman.
Thank you. I wanted to first let everyone know that we'll be having our annual Senior Valentine's Day Dessert and Tea Dance on Thursday, February 13th at Plummer Park. It will be at 3 p.m. and the Great American Swing Band will be performing once again. Tickets are $2 per person. Priority is given to West Hollywood residents, and so if you know any seniors or non-seniors who would like to come out and celebrate Valentine's Day, it's always a great event, and I hope we'll see the entire community there. My other comment has to do with Jean, and of course, I join my colleagues in mourning her passing. I appreciate John Alshul for all that he did for her and for coming and sharing his remarks. I think we all know that Jean was complicated, as one of my colleagues said, and that she could be a total pain in the behind. And she relished that, and she really enjoyed doing that at times. But I had the opportunity to observe her and see her over 35 years, and I can tell you she had this deep love for the city. Even when I didn't agree with her, I knew that she was doing what she was doing because she really believed that it was in the best interest of the community and in the city's best interest. She could also, you know, as annoying as she could be at times, she could also be a sweetheart. And, you know, I remember early in cityhood where she gave all the council members a little gift, wanted to make sure she knew that we were appreciated by her. So I will always remember the good about Jean, and I'll try to forget the time she screamed at us at council meetings and yelled at people to speak into the microphone. But she was definitely a character here, and she's going to be missed.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I also want to join in echoing everyone's comments. Clearly, Jean was a force of nature, and we all witnessed that here in these council chambers, but everywhere throughout the community. And she leaves a legacy of activism for certain, and while her presence may now be something that's in our memory and something that we can share with each other in that way, I know her spirit will live on by us being engaged in the community in the ways that she was engaged. And so every time you take that moment to be engaged in the city, you're honoring her work and her legacy as well. So long live Jean Dobrin. I want to give a shout out to Nick Remedio from Kimpton Lapeer Hotel. He was selected as a member of the 2020-2021 Forbes Travel Guide Standards Advisory Committee, which is made up of the world's preeminent hospitality and luxury experts, and ensures the Forbes Travel Guide star rating standards reflect the most up-to-date guest expectations. So not only is he chair of our Chamber of Commerce, but he's very engaged in the community, and his leadership has been recognized on this level. So congratulations, Nick. With regard to the voting machines concern that was raised, I did want to mention that California Contract Cities Association, of which we are a member city, has weighed in on the voting machines concern. They were present for the county conversation that happened recently with the certification of the machines. We are on record with them, and through them, through their participation, And so the conversation will continue. I spoke with Supervisor Kuehl about the machines and some of the community concerns, and she expressed that the county is preparing to welcome any and all feedback as a result of this process. So please take note when you do go to vote. If something stands out in particular to you that was great or that needs to be changed, please make note so we can share with the county and make sure that November takes into account all of your voting experiences. With regard to our consent agenda tonight, item 2D, now that we have this on second reading with regard to the short-term rental policy I would ask that our code staff report back to the council on the success of this licensing process. I'm particularly interested in knowing how many units that remain listed online are legal, and I've heard that there have been issues with the renewal process for those who are legally licensed. So if we could just get a report back on how it's been working, I think that would be beneficial for the council to understand if we have to make any modifications going forward. And I just want to report that since our last meeting, I participated in the National League of Cities Women in Municipal Government Board meeting, as well as the Human Development Board meeting. And I want to once again thank everyone who participated in the annual homeless count. It's critically important to understand a lot of the circumstances and especially the numbers and the magnitude of this problem. And so everybody who participated in that event, our staff and volunteers and our Sheriff's Department, thank you all for doing this critically important work.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of requests. The first is I wanted to let the city clerk know of my no vote on 2F, which is the study of the hotel market by Jones Lang LaSalle. They're certainly competent. They'll certainly come up with something, but I'm just of the mind that I think the market will give us indications about whether hotels are right or wrong, and we'll go through a study, and then we'll do whatever we want anyway. So I just sort of think we should let the applicants put their hundreds of millions of dollars at risk and save our hundreds of thousands of dollars for perhaps some better use. The second is if the city manager and Jackie and others in this department could report back to us on the traffic interventions on Fountain Avenue. I think it's been quite a while, and certainly at least if my email is any indication, then the changes along Fountain have had some effect, and I think it's worth knowing just exactly what effect. I believe our next step is to do some long-term interventions now that the medium-term ones are in place, and see whether that's the next correct thing to do. Second to the end, there was a tragic high-rise fire on the west side. I'm sure most, if not all of you, saw that. And so I checked in with Kristen Cook and our Community Development Department to ask about what is happening in high-rises in our own city. Many built before the code required all units to be sprinkled with full smoke detection coverage. And it's not a surprise that that according to Kristen, our fire operations engine and truck companies check target hazards, i.e. high-rises, apartment complexes, buildings with difficult access, high occupancy, et cetera, once a year, and those any corrections are given to the management, and those corrections are followed up on. They conduct walkthroughs with the building manager if the location has one, and check access, alarms, standpipe locations, utilities, shut-off, et cetera. In addition, fire prevention does checks on facilities such as construction sites, schools, et cetera. So I just wanted to let both residents of those buildings and residents of neighboring buildings know that there is a system in place, and you can call on us if you have some concerns, and we will route those concerns through Kristen to the fire department to follow up on them. Certainly, we wouldn't want anything like that to be happening in our own city. And finally, with regard to business, it's Black History Month here in West Hollywood and around the county and around the country. And our city has a series of events that are posted on our city's website through our Arts and Cultural Affairs Department. There are women's and book club events, movie events, quilt carding events. There's a whole series of them, and I know later this evening we'll be talking about events generally, and I was going to quiz my colleagues about that, so we'll wait until that item comes up. But certainly our city, like all cities, hopefully, and rural areas across America, will celebrate Black History Month the way that it should be, really focusing on how to make our country better and how best to do that. Black History Month, especially in these times, is critically important. And finally, I just want to say that I miss Jean Dobrin terribly. I've missed her when she stopped coming to these meetings because driving her home was kind of the perfect exhale after what was sometimes 3.5 hours of not breathing properly. And so it's probably not going to happen in my lifetime that I will meet another person like Jean. And I used to love to tell people just to give her a call and see what she has to say. She's not saying much anymore, but I still hear her a lot. And with that, the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Just a couple of updates. One is this Sunday we're going to be hosting the Elton John AIDS Foundation Oscar Party, again here in West Hollywood Park. San Vicente will be closed from 2 p.m. to 6 a.m. That Sunday, so expect additional traffic. Also, another event we're hosting, it's a community active shooter training. It's on Thursday, February 13th, here at the library community room at 6 o'clock. The trainings are really unfortunate that we have to do them, but they do save lives, and everyone's welcome to come and participate. This allows you to learn some of the best practice for responding in these active threats. I want to apologize in advance because we didn't get enough on voting tonight. The city clerk does have a list of voter reminders for everybody in case that 12-minute presentation wasn't enough. Voting this year is going to be from February 22nd to March 3rd. Voters can go to any voter center in LA County. West Hollywood voter centers are Plummer Park at Fiesta Hall, West Knoll Apartment Community Room. The city's clerk office is also hosting a voter registration and education pop-up at the Vagina Monologues on February 16th here at the council chambers. Remember, you can always vote by mail and you can drop those off. City Hall, again, is a drop-off location. Residents can drop off today through March 3rd. For more information, you can visit www.lavote.net, or you can call the city clerk's office at 323-848-6409. A couple of responses for tonight's questions from council. 2F, we can ask the consultant to do kind of a brush over in terms of consulting space. That's a different type of study. I know that Visit West Hollywood is looking at adding that to their work program, and that'll be something that the city would definitely engage in and participate in. As a reminder, the initial hotel saturation study was really done as a finance tool because we're issuing debt against projected revenues from the hotel. So it was really a financing tool, and I think we've expanded it a little bit more. But that's the primary purpose of the study. The Fountain Avenue improvements, staff anticipates coming back in March with an update. We've seen extremely positive results. We're going to be requesting that we do some more permanent installations, so we will be coming back to council very soon on that. I have to also just I think echo the sentiments of everyone who spoke tonight. I've been blessed to know Jean for 29 years. I grew up with her, sometimes literally screaming in my ear, but she was always a supporter of mine, both in my early days in finance and in my rough and tumbling days as the city manager. She was someone who could be a challenge to deal with, and I think everyone who knows her and loves her knows that, but she always had the best intention, and her love for the city was always at the forefront of her energy and conviction to West Hollywood. I want to thank, at least for the last, I'm trying to count the years that Janet would, the assistant to the city manager, Janet Jimenez, would actually be her support here at the council chamber. So, and I know she loved you, Janet, so thank you for the help there. And thanks for everyone who did come out and speak.
Paul, I think Councilmember Meister has a follow-up question about the hotel study.
Yeah, on 2F. I seem to remember when we had the hotel study before us, and then I came back with a follow-up study. What came out of it was that developers who were planning to develop a hotel project, that they were supposed to be providing marketing studies or a marketing study with their hotel application.
And what we came back with is that to do it on a individual basis is cumbersome, and that we wanted to look at it more from a holistic approach. And I think that's what we suggested, and that's what we're doing here. It doesn't have to be done with every single application because it just becomes too cumbersome. It's better to get kind of the big picture perspective on what's happening at the LA market.
Okay, and I want to say, you can talk about voting as much as you want, because that's how I got here. So people want to hear about voting, you get to vote. All right, that brings us to the fiscal impact on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact for tonight is $241,000 in expenditures, $0 in potential revenue, and $561 in waived fees.
All right, and I see we have a motion to adopt the consent calendar by Mayor Pro Tem Horvath, second by Councilmember Heilman. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. We'll now move to item 3A, which is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval to demolish 2 detached single-family dwellings, construct and operate a 3-story child day care center at 972 North San Vicente. I think Councilmember Duran is going to recuse himself.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I live about 20 yards away from this proposed project, and while I do not own my apartment, because it is literally at my front door, it does have the potential to impact my quality of life. And I consulted with the city attorney and decided it was best that I recuse myself because of the potential conflict of interest. Thank you.
It could also potentially improve your quality of life. Yes. That said, we will open the public hearing. Yes.
Mayor, before we start, I want to disclose that I've visited the site.
Okay.
I've also met with the applicant and spoken with residents in the community who have signed paperwork in our report today. I think that's it.
All right.
Yes, I've talked to 1 or 2 residents about matters in the staff report, and I have driven by the site.
Thank you. And I also have spoken to the applicant and been to the site. It's in our city. I know where it is. All right. That said, how about Antonio, if you begin with our staff report?
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Temp and council members. Antonio Castillo, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. The item before you this evening is an appeal regarding the Planning Commission's approval of a request to redevelop the property at 972 San Vicente Boulevard with a preschool. And actually, my screen is off here. The proposed project is, oh, actually, if I may. Okay. I don't need it.
Think that's the project.
No, that's okay. The proposed project includes the demolition of 2 dwelling units and construction of and operation of a 3-story, approximately 8,300 square foot preschool building with a single-level subterranean parking garage. The preschool is designed with 6 classrooms to accommodate a maximum of 72 students between the ages of 18 months and 5 years old. The parking garage provides parking and drop-off and pickup area for children without requiring parents or caretakers to park or exit their vehicles. After 2 prior hearings on September 19 of last year, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution approving the project with conditions. On September 30, a timely appeal was filed by a neighboring resident, Annette Kazmersky. The appellant opposes the approval of the project based on the assertions that the project will be incompatible with the character of the neighborhood. The approval was based on underlying errors of fact. Approval lacks adequate conditions for safety, and that the project's lot size is inadequate to support the use. Staff reviewed the appeal and responded to each of the points included in your staff report. After reviewing the entire record, staff finds that the appellant did not provide new evidence or documentation of errors or identified unsupported findings substantiating the basis for the appeal as required by the municipal code. At the time the staff report was published, staff received 4 emails from the public expressing support for the project, which are included in your packet. Since then, staff has received 3 additional emails, including 2 in support and 1 in opposition. The Planning Commission determined that the project conforms to the West Hollywood General Plan. Specifically, the General Plan encourages childcare facilities in new developments and allows childcare services in areas zoned for residential use. Additionally, the project meets the applicable development standards for non-residential buildings in a residential zoned site. In its approval, the Commission determined that the project was appropriate for the site and would provide a much-needed institutional use that allows workers and residents in the area to have a nearby preschool. Therefore, staff recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and affirm the Planning Commission's approval. With that, this concludes my presentation. In the audience, we have the project applicant as well as the appellant, and I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions? I just have one. Can you please tell us the underlying zoning of the property and why it's going from residential to commercial or a preschool?
Sure. The zoning is R4B. It's high-density residential. Currently, there's a low-density residential on the site. A preschool being proposed is an allowed use subject to a conditional use permit.
Thank you very much. All right. With that said, any other questions? John?
Just a follow-up question on that. Isn't there some state law as well in California that requires us to allow childcare facilities in residential zones? I think that's why our zoning ordinance actually specifies that.
I believe there is some laws that pertain to small family daycare centers, not this type of daycare center. It's under a certain number of children. We have less jurisdiction or less discretion over.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Annette Kazmersky is the appellant, and want to make a presentation, and then we will hear from the rest of the public who have signed up to speak, and then after we hear from the public, you'll have an opportunity to have a rebuttal.
Thank you. Annette Kazmersky.
Have you prepared a presentation, and how long is it?
It will be under 5 minutes.
Then we'll give you 5 minutes.
Adaptable.
All right. Terrific. Thank you so much.
Annette Kazmersky, resident of West Hollywood for 11 years, and for the 10 before that, I lived on Alta Vista, just outside city limits. So I've been frequenting businesses in West Hollywood for many years. I saw the care that West Hollywood took to protect its residents' rights before I moved here, and was very eager to move to the city. So I did so as soon as I had the opportunity and identified an apartment that would be appropriate to my needs. So I'm happy to be a resident. My appeal has been based on three areas, in specifically safety, impact on parking and traffic, and impact on future adult businesses on the Sunset Strip and the character of the neighborhood. Applicant has actually pointed towards my statement that I believe more families will revitalize West Hollywood and try to use it against me. However, it is partly my concern for the safety of children that I bring this appeal. Located on San Vicente, the property is on a 4-lane, 2 in each direction thoroughfare with a crosswalk leading directly to the school, the proposed location for the school. I cross there every day walking my dog, and it is very difficult, even with the pedestrian crosswalk and light system that has been installed there, to get cars to stop or even slow down as I'm walking across the street. So, and seeing that West Hollywood parents will often park and walk across the street or walk from Herritt to the preschool, the West Hollywood Elementary, rather than using their drop-off on the adjacent street, Hammond. I have personally observed every day unsafe crossings, and I do not believe that the underground parking will be sufficient, which I will get to when I discuss parking and traffic. The allegation that my appeal was unsupported by facts is not correct, as my evidence is based on personal observations and knowledge of the facts that West Hollywood Elementary parents already disregard parking and traffic rules and park in red zones all the time, and take up resident parking or parking that is resident after 7 p.m. to walk their kids to West Hollywood Elementary. So my own testimony, which is based on my observation and other residents, when I went door to door to get signatures for the appeal and stated the grounds for my appeal, residents expressed their support and agreement with those concerns. And I did go door to door, and I did have discussions with many of the people who signed the application for the waiver of the fee, and explained to them my concerns. So I do know for a fact that there are many residents on the street, whether or not they are able to come tonight, who agree with me. Parking is not only competitive in the neighborhood, it is nearly impossible during the day. One example would be when I came home at 2:30 in the afternoon, having gone to a doctor's appointment. My building has 1 parking space per apartment. It's a 10-unit building. It is right next door to the preschool location. My address is 1000 North San Vicente. I was not able to park on the street. There was no parking. I observed parents waiting for their children, and I observed parents going back to their cars, and I had to wait, and it wasn't even that parking spaces were opening up, because many, having filled up all of the legal spaces, parents were also parked in red zones throughout the 3-block or so radius around the school. The traffic report, which applicant says was not necessary, claims that parking did not back up below Herritt Street. However, I have personally observed a difficulty in getting out of my own driveway at times if I do park in my garage, because traffic does back up that far. So I have personally observed that. The underground parking, if you look at the turn radius for the most popular cars in Los Angeles, is inadequate. The data stated does not give a turning circle for a Mercedes SUV. However, I have looked up, for example, Honda sedans, and the turning radius spans 35.4 to 37.4 feet, which would mean that in order to use the underground parking, driving would have to be perfect. Finally, in conclusion, the parking, traffic, and noise concerns would not be adequately addressed by code compliance, because there is no code regulating traffic or parking on the street during the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nassim Kablan or Diana Skidmore is the applicant's representative. I will give you a little more than 5 minutes as well.
Thank you. We might not need it. Ready? Good evening. My name is Nassim Palavan, and I'm the owner of the preschool. First, I'd like to thank Antonio Castillo for all of his hard work to bring this project to you today. I want to start by giving you a little background on who I am and what this project means. I'm not a developer. I think people know that by now, but I am an educator who was raised by educators. My mother owns a preschool that's successfully run in Massachusetts and has been for almost 40 years. My dad is a professor, researcher, PhD in wireless communications, and I have 2 master's degrees, one in business and one in early childhood education. For the past 4 years, this project has been a labor of love. I've worked with consultants, architects, the City of West Hollywood, and neighbors to develop the plans for a preschool that is unlike any other preschool in the city and beyond. There are very few people that would still be standing here motivated after 4 long, hard, expensive years. So why am I still here? Because I believe that children deserve more. I'm here because my dream is to create a space that inspires children's curiosity, that shows them that they deserve the respect of a beautiful, thoughtful environment, a building that feels futuristic because children are our future, as we all were children once. As you know, most of the arguments brought forward by the appellant were already considered by the Planning Commission when they approved the project. Therefore, we respectfully request you deny the appeal and support the decision of the Planning Commission. The appeal was based on a plethora of unsubstantiated arguments with no new evidence provided. Considering the sheer number of unsubstantiated arguments to respond to in 5-minute window, we submitted a detailed response to each line item. Hopefully you had a chance to review them. Either way, myself, my architect, and my traffic consultant are here to answer any questions. Now I'm going to introduce Diana Skidmore from Crane & Associates, our traffic consultant, who's going to cover what we heard is the biggest concern for the community, the impact on traffic.
Good evening. Diana Skidmore, Managing Director of Crane & Associates in Culver City, California. Crane has done an extensive traffic impact and vehicular queuing analysis using industry standards and methodologies. We have been, for the last 30 years, adhered by those rules and have conducted studies of this type for over 100 schools, and has concluded, our study has concluded that the project would contribute minimal trips to the intersections nearby and is not expected to generate vehicular queuing that would spill over onto San Vicente Boulevard. And this is analyzed based on 72 students, which is the maximum enrollment, with 1 vehicle per student assumed, and 3 separate bell schedules at half an hour spread apart. Peak on-site queuing is expected to be approximately 9 vehicles, and the project has capacity on-site for about 12 SUV type size vehicles, as shown in our slide, which I'm not seeing, but it's already been presented previously. School traffic is expected to add 1 vehicle length during the AM and the PM peak hours from our analysis. While the analysis is based on 100% enrollment, attendance on any given day can vary as preschool is not a mandatory education, so the variations can occur based on our observance, a ground level observance within not just the study that we presented as an example, but multiple studies. While the analysis was conservative, the school will continue to monitor and adjust its schedule as needed to contain drop-off and pick-up activities on site. Modifying or expanding bell times are options for the applicant to avoid queuing spillovers onto San Vicente Boulevard. In terms of parking, the school will provide on site 3 more spaces in the code-required parking for this land use, while most preschools in this region either provide inadequate or no parking at all. Parking demand for the school spans a time period that offset other uses nearby, such as entertainment, fine dining, and many other uses. And the school will also continue to work with the city to implement any TDM level measures to incentivize car sharing or carpooling or transit subsidies and incentives.
Thank you very much. Now we will hear from the public. We'll begin with Jerome Cleary, to be followed by Mickey Friedman, and then Anthony Reed de Vignano.
Great. Good evening, Jerome Cleary, West Hollywood resident. Many residents and myself, we love preschools, we love kids, we love families. This is just a bad fit for the location. It really has to do a lot with what's going on in San Vicente. I've lived here 34 years, and many of the drivers now in the past couple of years are very aggressive, entitled. They speed up to the top of San Vicente. They honk their horn. They rush in to make the light, to make the turn, either left or right onto Sunset. And a couple of weeks ago, I was getting my car fixed, and I took a Lyft carpool, and the woman being dropped off before they got to where I live had the driver park right in the driving lane closest to the sidewalk to the London Hotel, because she said that the London Hotel doesn't let the Uber drivers and Lyft drivers come onto the property of the London. There's also the deliveries that the London has at the hotel north of this proposed daycare. There's also a mail truck that's always on San Vicente parked in a traffic lane, a UPS truck, a FedEx truck. There's so much stuff going on the street on the outside that to put a daycare preschool in this location and deal with all the traffic problems, it's going to create a much bigger problem that no one is mentioning except for the appellant, because there's just so much going on this street with the tour buses and trucks and deliveries that it makes it a really gridlocked, clustered area all during the morning and afternoon. And coming up the street in the past couple of years, it's just gotten worse. And the drivers, I could say if people are working at night when they want to sleep in, they're not going to, because many people are going to be leaning on their horn and be frustrated trying to get up to the top of San Vicente to get on Sunset. And also, I feel that this project also is against the Sunset specific plan regarding what could happen in a very lively adult neighborhood and with future cannabis companies wanting to develop in that area also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cleary. Mickey Friedman to be followed by Anthony Reed de Vignano.
Hi, my name is Mikey Friedman.
When did you change it? Thanks, Mikey.
Is this
Sorry
counting
about
in
that.
my time? Anyway, I wouldn't be here if this wasn't important to me. I have lived right above Sunset for 41 years, and I'm only a 32. No. I have driven on San Vicente for 41 years, and it used to be hell. It used to take sometimes as much as a half an hour to get onto Sunset. And then thanks to the work of the council, particularly Councilmember Meister, we fixed it. And we have a big no turn on red sign. We have 2 right lane turn signals, turn lanes. We have a go ahead lane. We have a left-hand lane, and it's working. But it's working, don't screw it up. If you have a preschool, and then the London, and then this new monstrosity that they're going to make, and they all have huge, all the cars turn into these places, you're gonna have a mess. Because, I'll tell you why, you've got 72 kids coming at one time, all at the same time to go to school there. One kid is disabled. I'm disabled. I'm very aware of that. That kid is gonna take a way longer time to get out of their car. You're gonna have a backup of 72 people trying to get into their cars, and somebody is going to go into the left-hand lane to go around it, and everybody's gonna go that. And what happens to the people in the left-hand lane that are trying to go up? It's gonna have to be You go, then I go, then you go, then I go, and then they're going to want to get back into the right-hand lane to turn into the right-hand, onto Sunset again. Don't mess it up, please, I'm begging you. After 41 years, I know what I'm talking about, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't consider it really important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mikey. Anthony Reed Vignino, to be followed by Ursula Ortiz.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Anthony Reed Eugenio. I live at 966 North San Vicente. I've lived there for over 20 years. My property is located right next door to Miss Nasim's property at 977. I'm a performer and as well a first responder. I've been reading to children for over 10 years voluntarily with the Los Angeles Unified School District, incorporated with the Screen Actors Guild and the City of West Hollywood's library, Book Pals and Storytime. I'm well informed on how desperately in need our districts are for new schools and educational centers. Demographics change, people get older, and by the decline of not having children attending their local schools, the school board has no other choice but to transport children from other areas to bring them in for the institution's demands. Again, family dynamics change, younger homeowners buy in, have children, and now they cannot be accommodated because the schools are now being overcrowded by other people that don't live in that community. If you didn't know by now, we definitely have a problem. We are malnourished of schools in Los Angeles County. That is why I'm in total support of bringing a nursery school right next to my home. The children will be safely dropped off underneath of a parking structure, the state-of-the-art secured structure. The traffic will be at a bare minimum, affecting us only for a short amount of time, and not 70 people are going to arrive at once. I am a neighbor, so I'm aware of the noise level that's going to occur after I live right across the street from the elementary school, and so does Mr. Durham. So no one should be able to petition against this moving forward. She's going to create jobs. She's going to be giving more tax revenue to the city and giving newly adopted mothers, 2 women, 2 men, a couple, this service that our beautiful city deserves. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Eugenio. Ursula Ortiz.
May I say one more thing?
You sure can.
God bless Detective Lease. She was a detective
Here, here.
in West Hollywood, and she was an amazing lady. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ursula Ortiz, to be followed by Shaheda Khan.
Good evening. My name is Ursula Ortiz. I live directly next to Nasim Paravan's project. I live directly next to her, and I really fully support this nursery school. We also, this neighborhood would need a nursery school, and the area will attract many families with young children, which benefits the neighborhood in many ways. And the age of the young children, this is the most influential time of their lives. And this nursery school will have excellent and professional teachers and will be on the right place and fills a need. There's, instead of children handed over from babysitter to babysitter, this environment will be very beneficial for the children. I wish you would make a sensible, intelligent decision to grant permission for this project. And so I fully support this project for a nursery school. Not to forget, opposite is the elementary school, and many parents would pick up their children and be attractive to have the smaller children in the nursery school. It will be very advantageous for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. Shaheda Khan, to be followed by Jacob Shelley.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Shaheda Khan, and I'm here to express my support for the San Vicente preschool project. Louder, gotcha. As a couple looking to start a family, a new preschool in the area would relieve pressure on us, as well as our friends in West Hollywood. Today, it is very challenging to find care for young children. Many parents are faced with wait lists when looking to enroll their children in preschool. It's really daunting to hear how far ahead you have to plan to secure quality care and education for your child. I personally know Naseem, and she is a mother of two, and in her own search for a preschool, recognized the need in our community. She will bring her passion and dedication to early education to West Hollywood. Thank you for your time and consideration today. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan. Jacob Shelley to be followed by John Erickson.
Jacob Shelley, West Hollywood. Good evening, council members. As a resident of West Hollywood, I want to express my continued and full support of this project and urge you to support and approve what stands to be a wonderful addition to this neighborhood and community. Families, both LGBTQ and otherwise, with young children are an important part of our evolving and ever-growing community. Access to quality early childhood education facilities within the city of West Hollywood is much needed and is important to the future of the city. Opposing arguments of traffic and noise are unreasonable. Traffic and noise are an everyday part of city living. The individual, and I emphasize individual because she's not a developer, has done everything possible to make sure that this design and plan of this preschool is extremely thoughtful and will not have any negative impact on traffic or noise pollution for the surrounding area, including staggered drop-off times, which she has expressed before. There will never be 72 children dropped off at the same time. This is already considered a noisy street. The worry of preschool children causing more noise for any neighbors than the street itself or rooftop parties at the neighboring hotel is quite arbitrary. I think that having a preschool of this caliber in our city is only beneficial and a highlight to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelley. John Erickson to be followed by Miguel Padilla.
Hello, Mayor and council members. John Erickson. I'm just speaking as a resident tonight, but I am on the Planning Commission as well, and I did vote to approve this project. I am supportive of this project still to this day, but ultimately when I was on the Planning Commission, I wasn't in support of it. But through our public input, through public discourse, through the ways in which we on the Planning Commission had a very robust discussion about many of the issues discussed, many of the issues in which have been brought forth by members of the public, I was able to not only see the ways in which this could fit into our community, but also the ways in which this would enhance our community, as well as be an addition that is much needed for many of the residents of the city. If you attended the MLK Day of Service event at WeHo Elementary, you notice that a lot of the parents talk about abilities of places they can't send their children. They're either sending them out of West Hollywood, the early education, which is so key, which when my mother came to the Planning Commission meeting, she couldn't believe we didn't have access to, was one major thing. So always listen to your mother as a general rule of thumb here, right? But in understanding the ways in which I fully came around to this, brought my thinking around to it, because I myself had apprehensions. Those apprehensions are gone. She came back a second time after we tabled the item, presented a fully equipped project that I found to be very compelling. It had my vote when I had the discussion, and then it came back again, and we continue to support the project. I ask you, uphold the Planning Commission's decision, deny this appeal, and let's move on with this very worthy project.
Thank you very much. Miguel Padilla to be followed by Elise Eisenberg.
Miguel Padilla, Los Angeles. Good evening, council members. I fully support this project. I have been involved in the West Hollywood community since moving here 13 years ago as a single gay man. Although I no longer live in the city boundaries, I remain involved in the LGBTQ community and think this preschool is an important amenity. West Hollywood could be a great place to raise a family, and a vibrant city should offer its citizens the services they need in order to do so. When I first moved to West Hollywood, gay marriage was illegal, and most of my friends did not consider starting a family a viable opportunity. Times have changed. Our options are different today, and West Hollywood should reflect and champion the positive ways in which the LGBT community is evolving. Some people may say this is not the right location for a preschool because it will create traffic and noise. Well, we live in a growing urban community, and the fear of traffic and noise is a poor excuse for denying a community an amenity it needs, especially when it is located on a highly accessible boulevard. San Vicente is not a quiet residential street. It has hotels, a social club, a fire station, a grade school, a post office. It is a noisy street. So I wonder what location in the city would be acceptable if a 4-lane wide thoroughfare is not. I think the design of the school is thoughtful and respectful to its context. I foresee families walking their children to this school, making the street more vibrant and friendly. Please don't stifle great community improvements out of fear of traffic and noise. Please approve this project and support positive growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padilla. Elise Eisenberg, to be followed by Annie Neal.
Lise Eisenberg, West Hollywood. I appreciate the need for preschool in the city. We are getting more families and more children. My concern about this is the location, and not so much the traffic it creates, but the danger that the kids will be in because of the traffic around there. I don't know if you had a chance to read the email I sent earlier today about it, but I wrote to you a couple months ago about how I was almost sideswiped by a bus right at this exact location. Because of the pole project, the buses are reckless. As Jerome said, there's delivery trucks up and down. Even though all 72 cars aren't going to arrive at once, they'll be staggered, let's say 25 cars periodically. I don't think it's a realistic plan to think you could get 25 kids in and out in a 30-minute space, and that is going to stack up the traffic on San Vicente. And it is a problem, and it is dangerous for them. Basically, and my other concern about this, it was the same issues we had for the proposed preschool at Spago's, the impact on the Sunset Strip activities and adult uses, which I think needs to be considered how close it's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Eisenberg, Annie Neal, to be followed by Holly. I'm guessing that's not how you spell your last name, Holly, but please go ahead.
Hi, I live about less than a block from this proposed preschool, and I'm the daughter of a professor of early childhood education. I'm a former preschool teacher and a new mom to a 1-year-old. So obviously, early childhood education is extremely important to me, and so is community. My husband and I are fiercely proud residents of West Hollywood for almost 20 years, and are exceedingly excited to raise our daughter in a community that I think is a beacon for cities all over the world. And it disheartens me greatly the lack of spots there are for preschool children in our city. And the idea of having to go 20 minutes south or to Beverly Hills or someplace else in another city is really sad to me. We love going to the rec center where she takes her swim classes. We go to the park, we go to the doggy park, we go to the library, we go to story time, and I want her preschool to be a part of our community as well. And there are not nearly enough spots for preschool age children. And of course, she's a couple years away from this, but just looking ahead, I already hear parents talking about having to take their kids to other areas, surrounding areas, and I think we need more preschools here so that all of our little ones can go to school where they live and be part of a community and foster a community. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Neal. Holly, to be followed by Dana Morgan. Holly, go. There you go.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Holly Akonich, Los Angeles. I'm a neighbor of Nassim's and also a parent to a toddler, and I know how good preschools are hard to find in the area. In fact, I have my 3-year-old in a preschool in Hollywood because of that reason. I fully support this project. Good preschools are in high demand, and they are also the foundation of a great education. And I'm really hoping that you approve this project so that I can send my 7-week-old to it once it's built. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Akonich. Dana Morgan, followed by Francesca Padilla.
Hi, good evening. I met Nassim about 6 years ago as my daughter attended preschool and she was her teacher. This is kind of emotional for me because she made such an impact in my daughter's life. And I am also, or I was a resident of West Hollywood until we had to move to Malibu because there was no schools. So I ask you with everything in my heart to not only consider this project, but to consider the integrity and character of this woman who is one of the most experienced and lovely early childhood educators that I've ever met. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Francesca Padilla to be followed by Andy Gombiner.
Hello, Francesca Padilla of Los Angeles. Good evening, council members. I am here in support of the proposed preschool on San Vicente Boulevard. I am a mother of 2 small children and lived in West Hollywood, close to the proposed project. When looking for a preschool for my eldest, we eventually moved to the west side, as we didn't feel that we had enough good options in the community. I believe there is a definite gap in good child care options in West Hollywood. A neighborhood should provide services and amenities to all people within a community, including families. From what I'm hearing, the general concern is additional traffic and noise. This project is proposed to an already busy and active neighborhood, which is ironically across from an elementary school. Why not help to facilitate an equally wonderful preschool right across the street? Also, this is already a busy thoroughfare, so I don't think this project will diminish the quality of the street. If anything, it will improve it. On the contrary, it will add a lot to the community. It's a beautiful building, and it passes the codes that are necessary to be built on this site. I think it is a fantastic project, and I believe it will be a wonderful addition to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. Andy Gombiner to be followed by Stephanie Harker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, and thank you for your service. I'm here to offer my support for the San Vicente Preschool Project. My name is Andy Gombiner, and I've been involved in the West Hollywood community for over 35 years. I've also owned an apartment building at 936 North San Vicente, just a few doors down from the proposed school, and believe this project will be enormously beneficial to the immediate neighborhood. Childcare is a vital need in our community, and the proposed location is ideal for a facility like this one due to its accessibility from San Vicente, Santa Monica Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, and its generally central location. I foresee many neighborhood families with young children, and many of my future tenants with young children will find it a valuable neighborhood amenity. In addition, I'm a fan of the project architect, Lorcan O'Hurley, and think he has designed yet another beautiful building that will improve the aesthetic of the street and add to the West Hollywood notoriety of being a community that promotes progressive architecture and smart growth. I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gombiner. Stephanie Harker to be followed by John Viscott.
Good evening, Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. It's precisely my concern for children that I oppose this project at this location. We all need preschools, we all need more schools and more education. But there are a myriad of problems with this, some of which I do not feel were fully considered by the planning commissioners or the staff. You've heard, I'm sure, that the problems and issues for this preschool project are almost identical to the Chalk School, the old Spago location, which was denied in January of 2017. Beyond the lack of on-site parking, for which there is no parking for parents, only some stacking parking in the back, there is no off-site parking, and the solution for this from the planners is for the parents whom they do not arrive at the right time for their drop-off is to circle around the neighborhood. At that hours of the morning, it's just not feasible. Also, it's been mentioned about the Sunset Specific Plan, which, you know, we want to have more adult-type entertainment, bars, and the juxtapositioning to the school would not work. The planners showed a short tape with a drop-off time of 17 seconds per child for 72 cars. If you do the math, that's probably not going to work if you have had any experience with children. And I assume in a perfect world that would happen, but it should be at least a minute and a half, which would back up traffic onto the streets. But my main concern is the safety of a 3-story building housing 72 children. In the event of an earthquake and the Hollywood Fault runs right along Sunset, or in a fire, you cannot use the only elevator, you must take the stairs. Trying to herd 100 people down from 3 stories onto the street where there is no place for them to be except in the street. I feel that this project is too large for this, and I hope that they'll reconsider or send it back to planning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Harker. John Viscott to be followed by Jason Smilovic.
Good evening, Council. John Viscott, resident of West Hollywood. The problem is not an issue with noise. I've lived on San Vicente for 26 years. The street may be 4 lanes wide, but your sidewalks are incredibly narrow, so you can barely walk 2 people side by side on either side of the street. Now we've got the London Hotel with an incredibly active loading zone. The West Hollywood Elementary School also has a loading zone right against our property. I know when it's time to wake up because we hear, "Good morning, children," so we know there's a school in the neighborhood. That's not the issue. If you look at the amount of traffic that just gets backed up from the MTA buses, from the West Hollywood buses, it very easily gets backed up way beyond that crosswalk. Their traffic study is flawed. I can tell you from 26 years of experience of traffic on San Vicente, the traffic can very easily get extended all the way down to Cynthia. There's that no right turn sign that comes on that prevents traffic from flowing quickly onto Sunset. So traffic, doesn't matter what time of the day it is, it will be backed up. Now, if you look at the plan for the drop-off, my understanding is this building has to then be licensed by the California Department of Social Services. My understanding is children under 4 have to be physically checked into the facility. Now, there's another preschool, the Fountain Preschool. They've told us that it can take anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes to drop off each child. So this whole concept of dropping these kids off underground is very ill-conceived, let alone the fact that if someone needed to get out of their car in an emergency, they're not going to be able to get out of this building. Or if they just need to get to the passenger side to maybe check on the kid, they won't be able to open the doors. The turning radius is not practical, it's just physics. You're not going to be able to turn a car, then have it come down without impeding that other incoming driveway. So I really don't know how they're going to manage all this, but it's just they're not the right location for this, taking a residential zone and turning it into commercial business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Viscott. Jason Smilovic to be followed by Robin Nichols.
Good evening. My name is Jason Smilovic, Los Angeles, and I'm here to support Nasim Kablan and her plan to build a school. As we all know, those of us that have children, that looking for a place to educate your children is one of the greatest challenges before us, and it's a gut-wrenching decision, and Nasim is the first call on she's the first number we call whenever we have an issue with one of our children. She is extremely knowledgeable. She has a generous and expansive heart, and she knows more about childhood education than anyone we know. And we live in Highland Park, but if she opens this school, one of our children may very well be attending. So I just wanted to tell you that we support this project wholeheartedly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Robin Nichols to be followed by Genevieve Morrill.
Good evening, Robin Nichols, Los Angeles. I am here speaking again in full support of building this preschool. I live 10 minutes away from the proposed location. I have 2 young children who are 3 and 6 years old, both of whom have attended or attend preschools in West Hollywood since 2016. Similar to what people have said, there is a shortage of a high-quality, child-centered preschools close to my home, and it made this school search very difficult. There are increasing numbers of families with young children in this neighborhood, and the number of preschool options has not kept pace with the changing demographics. As a result, I also know of many families traveling greater distances from their neighborhood to find preschools to fit their needs. Lastly, like Jason said, Nasim has such an exceptional background in early childhood education and business too. Already, she is an invaluable resource to her networks about young children, parenting, schools, education. She's the first person I call when I need to know anything of those matters. Her preschool would be an incredible asset to the city of West Hollywood and to the families that her school would serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nichols. Genevieve Morrill to be followed by Steve Martin, who is our last speaker. If anyone else wishes to speak, please put a slip in while Genevieve is speaking.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. And I love you, Jean, and I hope you support preschools. They have no alcohol. Rest in peace. The Chamber of Commerce supports the San Vicente preschool in concept. However, we have not been able to speak directly to the concerns of the appellant because we've not yet looked or studied the traffic and the circulation. However, we do recognize that staff and the applicant have done an amazing job of collecting data and research, and we're going to leave it to the experts and the professionals about that. A preschool in this area would allow for a lot of options for owners and employees in surrounding areas to utilize. And 72 students is not a moneymaker, and it shows the passion Nasim has for this project and the love for early education. In terms of location, I just want to say, if not here, where? I mean, really, this is perfect zoning. My goodness, it couldn't be more perfect for this. Again, not talking about the traffic, but we've had a few locations, we have very few locations which offer this opportunity. It doesn't impact new businesses that are trying to open because it's already impacted by schools and a church in the zoned area. And West Hollywood is growing in families of all orientations, and we were really pleased to see that the council has already had a vision for encouraging more child care facilities and new development and child care services in these zoned areas. We're seeing more and more families choosing West Hollywood as a home to raise a family, and let's give them more reasons to stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrill. Steve Martin, and our last speaker is Larry Block.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood, and I am familiar with this site, and I have been on San Vicente during the week at 8 o'clock in the morning. And one of the first things that I noticed was that when the plan calls for people not getting out of their cars to take their children out, I think what John Viscotti said is true in my observation with my clients, since I do family law. No parent is just going to push their kid out of the car. Some of these kids are going to be in car seats. You have to check your children in. That's not what this says. Look at the map of the driveway. At one point, you can see where one car coming or going can block the whole thing. It'll be chaos. Nobody's going to enforce a drop-off plan. When my clients have to be at work at 8:30, they're going to drop the kid off at the first time they can. That'll be 8 o'clock. They're not going to, if they've got a contract that says 9:30, no one's going to enforce it because this is a for-profit school. It's very lucrative, and the owner's not going to turn down a client because they've got too many people coming at 8 o'clock. I invite you to go between 8 and 9 o'clock to Orange Grove, between Fountain and Santa Monica, and see how the preschool works there. And there's a whole parking lot there for people to move their cars in. It's absolute chaos. People have to get out of their cars. They're dragging their kids in there. There's a lot of parking in the parking lot, but all of that's coming and going, and people are getting trucked in there. There's double parking. That's what's going to happen on San Vicente. Now, maybe it only happens a couple of times during the day, but 72 seems like a lot of kids. Why not 48? That would work. I don't think that anybody's ever looked at what the other options are. I think this is a good operator. I love the architecture, but I think we need to look a little bit at this a little bit more closely. And frankly, I think the best use of this property would have been housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Larry Block is our final speaker.
Hi, Larry Block, West Hollywood. I'm not going to take a position on this because I own a condo within 500 feet of the school. But I am going to talk about just the notion that we have this new preschool, like we have our preschool on Ogden, and I know people from Beverly Hills who use our preschools and they come into our city to bring their children to our preschools. So my one comment is, it is a profit school, and is there any benefits or any tuition is less for West Hollywood residents? Do West Hollywood residents who are absorbing the traffic and absorbing the inconvenience have any advantage when a gay couple wants to have a kid who lives right next door, but there's Beverly Hills children who are also enlisted? So just a quick comment that we should think about our local residents and give them priority in admission to this preschool.
Thank you, Mr. Block. And now we have some citizen position slips, and then we'll have the appellants and the applicants' rebuttal.
Yes, the following individuals did not wish to speak but wanted to express their opposition to the recommended item and in support of the appeal. Ann Toole, West Hollywood; Kimberly Copeland, West Hollywood; Victor Omochenko, West Hollywood; and Kathy Blavis, West Hollywood.
Thank you very much. And now the appellant, would you like to have a rebuttal? How about if we take a couple of minutes? Should that be enough time? Great.
Thank you. Do I have 2 minutes? Yes, that should be fine. I would like to emphasize, first of all, I thank everyone who spoke. I would like to emphasize a couple of points that I think are very important. Especially the last speaker, Mr. Block, pointed out that there is no real benefit to limited to West Hollywood residents who bear the burden. The school, as far as I know, would not be limited to West Hollywood residents. Most of the supporters live in LA, are neighbors of Nassim, who lives outside of the borders of West Hollywood. The property that Nassim has purchased, of course, is within West Hollywood. She does not live at that location. The other important thing to note is that if this preschool fails in the operational stage, the use will follow the land. So there is no limitation that a preschool will continue to operate at this location if it ever gets off the ground, considering all of the licensing, operational, et cetera, safety, Department of Social Services, et cetera, which I believe is outside of the scope of this particular hearing. The other thing I wanted to note is in regards to the parking and traffic, the resolution adopted, which I believe incorporates the 3 permits, does not specify that who is to use the parking spaces. The applicant previously represented that the parking spaces would be available if the queue became too long. However, now in her response, she states that the staff would be using those spaces. There are at least 15 teachers. There are fewer than 15 spaces. You cannot force Los Angeles County residents to carpool, as I have personally observed. There is also an assumption of carpooling or sibling use in the number of traffic trips generated. So there will be more cars than anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now the applicant's rebuttal. We'll give you a couple of minutes also.
I was waiting for a timer. Is it coming?
When you begin, she'll begin.
What, sorry?
When you begin, then she'll begin and give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's coming up. Sorry about that. Okay, that's okay. Sorry. I'm a little technical thinker. So I completely respect that can feel daunting to imagine living next door to a preschool, and that fear of what it might be could motivate someone to say anything or come up with a lot of situations that you can imagine. It's important the fear does not win tonight. The school was designed thoughtfully and has gone through a rigorous analysis in 3 separate Planning Commission hearings with significant and thorough conditions placed on it. There is literally no other standalone preschool in the area that has come remotely close to what I'm planning. They don't offer any more than 3 loading zones when I have 12 spots. And I have plenty of noise mitigations. Nobody else has noise mitigations. More importantly, there are over 1,000 children in West Hollywood as per the demographics website of West Hollywood. And there are only 250 preschool spots. Parents are forced, like you hear, to fly all over town just to make accommodations. The argument brought before you today by the appellant has shown no substantial evidence or expert witnesses to attest to any of the points. We conducted a traffic study, a sound study, by top-line professionals, as well as have designed the school to code with no variances with a very reputable architect, Lurkin O'Hurley. To ensure that we execute as planned, we're conditioned to give the Planning Commission a follow-up report 3 times in the first year. And that's after significant changes that were made over the last 2 years to this project based on Planning Commission's recommendations and city's recommendations. As you can imagine, we support the staff's recommendation to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's decision to support the preschool. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, before we begin discussion, are there any additional questions for staff? Councilmember Meister.
So, first of all, the traffic study, was that based on 60 cars or 72 cars? Because there are 72 students, is that right?
Yes, for a maximum of 72 students.
But how many cars were figured in the traffic study?
That I will have to pull out. The traffic engineer is also here to assist in that response. Give me one
If
moment.
you
I'll
know
be
the
looking at
answer,
it.
you can answer that question, but we don't need a full explanation of the traffic study.
Thank you.
It was based on 72 cars.
Thank you very much.
Was, okay. I thought I read somewhere in the staff report that it said 60. The zoning for this is R4B, and that would allow, even with a density bonus, something like 11 units. Is that right?
That's correct.
So would the impacts of an 11-unit building of traffic impacts be more or less than this school?
What?
I mean, most likely, based on your experience.
There's different ways of looking at that, because the preschool has its drop-off and pickup in the morning and then in the afternoon, Monday through Friday, versus residential, which is 24 hours, 7 days a week. So the impact is looked at much differently.
Okay, but isn't typically residential less impactful than commercial?
Typically, that could be the case, sure.
Okay, and how many parking spaces are there, again, in this garage?
There are 10 parking spaces on site.
So what happens when there is an event and parents are expected to come and see their children in the play, or where are they parking?
They would need to park off-site.
Where?
That would be up to the operator. There's no assigned parking off-site at the moment.
Okay, and then as one of the speakers brought up the time needed for drop-off, and I believe there may be regulations about that, because I understand that came up at a planning commission meeting on another project regarding how much time or the procedure required for drop-off and pickup, the sign-out. Is that procedure required with this school?
It's not part of their operation as I understand their proposal. Perhaps the applicant can elaborate on their operation.
Please.
First of all, just to clarify, the licensing process is run by the state through Sacramento and local offices through DSS. And with the process of running a preschool, you are required to sign in and sign out your child. What sign in and sign out means is you sign your name next to your child's name on a piece of paper, and you put the time for which your child is being left from your hands and brought into the school system. And in this scenario, there is a sign-up sheet that's just handed. So while the parent is still parked in the loading zone, the parent would then sign the child out while the teacher is taking the child out of the car seat and bringing the child into care of the other staff there that's hosting or holding the children that are in sort of waiting to go upstairs. The parent then signs and then hands it back. So it's during sort of dead time for the parent. Does that make sense?
And that's, yeah, and that's what you figured would take the 17 seconds?
No, so the 17 seconds is outdated information. It's on our first go when we came to the Planning Commission, like I mentioned, we've made a lot of changes based on the Planning Commission's recommendations, which I have to humbly say have improved the program significantly. But that 17 seconds was an assumption based on how we would run the system prior to our new organization but prior to the traffic study that actually gives, what was it, like a 4-minute time period? Sorry.
The assumptions average per vehicle was at 4.3 minutes. That was based on an empirical observation collected on the ground at the school in Beverly Hills. And they have a age profile very practically mirroring the age profile of the school. And we did that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And
I just wanted to add one thing, that the traffic study was done very conservatively, so they actually took the time schedule that would be appropriate to an 18-month-old and applied it to, the Crane and Associates applied it to 4- and 5-year-olds as well. So it was considered a very conservative study for that time.
thank you. Also, there was a letter in the packet from LAUSD. There were concerns. Have those concerns been mitigated?
Yes, the letter submitted by LAUSD is a somewhat of a template letter that they submit to for all developments around their facilities. I spoke to the gentleman who prepared that letter, discussed their concerns or any concerns that they would have on this particular project, and there weren't any specific concerns regarding this project. These are just general. The recommended conditions that are included in this letter are part of our construction mitigation plan, which this project and all developments are required to adhere to.
Okay. And then just to follow up on Councilmember Heilman's question, what is allowed in neighborhoods, in residential neighborhoods, I believe is it 12 students? I'm trying to remember the Huntley Day School, when that came to Planning Commission and Council, I believe that they had 12 students and then they wanted to double it, and that project ended up being denied by the council. Is that right? Is it 12?
There's different categories. There's small daycare facilities, there's large daycare facilities. This is a school. This falls under a different category of a facility.
So, okay, but again, so if the 12 students of the daycare facility, that did not require a conditional use permit, but once they went over that, it required a conditional use permit, which means it's discretionary. So this is also a discretionary decision, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you very much. Other questions? No. All right.
I have one question. With regard to the signatures that were submitted, I noticed that there were 2 signatures for the same person in different handwriting, and so I just wanted to know if that impacts consideration of this appeal, given that the signatures were collected to waive the fee.
We did have a conversation with our city attorney, and it doesn't impact the ability for the appeal to move forward. They had well over the 50 needed signatures that were valid, so we were able to go ahead and have the appeal move forward.
Okay, thank you.
And I just had one question about land use. Certainly, if this is approved, we hope then it would be built, and then it would be a big success. But if built, and turns out it's not a big success, then a different child care center could open there. But any other commercial, non-residential use would require a different and separate conditional use permit, even something as simple as a dental office or a shoe store or any commercial business would require a new conditional use permit. Is that the case?
The preschool itself, this proposed land use does require a conditional use permit in the zone. There are other commercial uses that do not require a conditional use permit and would be principally permitted within commercial zones. An office or dentist office, for example, or any other commercial use would not be allowed within this residential zone unless it's identified as a permitted use subject to a CUP.
So we're not changing the zoning, we're merely allowing this use in that zoning. So if, and again, this is in fact more, social science experiment than maybe has anything to do with this case. But if this particular business doesn't happen here, then that would revert back to residential, and that building could only be used as a residential building.
I just want to jump in really fast. So in our table of land uses that are allowed within the residential zones, it's a table of allowed land uses, and those land uses have different permitting requirements, and this is an allowed land use with a CUP requirement so that we can put conditions on it that would help us control how it operates to make sure that it doesn't impact the neighborhood and so forth. And it has different findings as well. Other commercial uses are just straight out not allowed. So it would not just revert back to residential. It's still residential zoning. The zoning isn't changing. And if this were to go away and another preschool came in, it would be very stringently conditioned the way that this is. They would have to operate under the exact same conditions.
All right. So I don't see anyone wanting to jump in. I'm happy to jump in and say that I think we should approve this project. I think there are good reasons to be concerned and to have the oversight requested by the Planning Commission moving forward in the first year and quarterly periods. But I fully support this project, and if one of my colleagues makes a motion to move forward, I will support it. Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. I actually support the appeal. I feel like San Vicente Boulevard, this may be a beautiful project, and yes, we can always use more preschools and, educational facilities. However, I think that, and I used to live on Clark Street many years ago, just above Sunset, and San Vicente Boulevard with the slope and the traffic and the hotel right there, I don't think it is the right place for this project. The fact that you have the school, WeHo Elementary School across the street, it's very different because the ingress-egress is not on a major corridor. It's on the residential streets, where it is probably a lot safer than San Vicente Boulevard. I do have concerns about drop-off and the fact that there are not enough parking spaces for parents to be able to pull into when they have questions for teachers, want to talk about their children as they're dropping off or something that happened in school and they're picking them up. I live a block down from, actually a half a block from a school that's on Beverly Place, and I know what kind of issues there are with drop-off and pickup, and that parents don't always go into the driveway into a parking lot. They'd rather try to get a parking on the street so that they can get out of their cars and walk their children in. So I do have concerns. Again, it's not the project itself, but it is the location. I just don't think that that part of San Vicente Boulevard, especially being so close to Sunset Boulevard, which is, Area 5 is only 2 lots north of this project, and the goals of our general plan for Sunset Boulevard, it just seems like this is not compatible use. I also have concerns, and I know that this is not part of the appeal and it's not part of my decision, but I will say that I am disappointed in Planning Commission majority that voted to get rid of residential use. We are in a housing crisis, and the fact that we could have 7 to 11 units there, whereas the preschool can be on a street that's more appropriate, I think that's a big disappointment for me.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Heilman or Mayor Pro Tem, any thoughts?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you to everyone who came out to speak tonight. I really appreciate all the input. I have been to the site. The dwellings there now are certainly not attractive, and replacing them with some kind of new building is really, I think, long overdue. I also want to point out that the alternative, and I think Councilmember Meister alluded to this, is housing. And I'm a big proponent of housing. We need more housing. But we also have a zoning ordinance that allows schools to be located in residential zones with a conditional use permit. So this is certainly an allowable use at that site. And the housing, if the new housing were built there, some of the same people who are here to oppose this project would be here to oppose the new housing project, alleging that there's too much traffic, too much parking, where are all the guests going to park? So I get it. No one wants to have something built next to them or even built close to them. It's inconvenient, and it definitely has an impact. When I reviewed the appeal points, I didn't find them particularly persuasive. The idea that this is inconsistent with some kind of adult business use on Sunset. In my mind, if we have to choose between an adult cannabis business or nightclub versus a preschool, we should be investing in a preschool that is going to be providing service for children rather than prioritizing adult uses. But I also find that argument just kind of specious because we have an existing elementary school right across the street. So the idea that having a preschool would be inconsistent with the neighborhood doesn't make sense to me when we have an existing elementary school. In terms of safety, I don't really buy the safety argument. If this is such a dangerous location, then we should be talking about removing the elementary school as well. That I think that the applicant has done a very good job of trying to ensure safety, and clearly it's in the applicant's best interest as well to make sure that this project will be safe for the children who are going to be coming, for the parents who are dropping off. The one point that I do think is a valid point is the impact that this will have in terms of traffic. I know that the applicant has done a very good job with the traffic study. I get the fact that things won't always work perfect. I've seen it myself by the Center for Early Education. Sometimes the parents don't stay in the queuing line. There will be problems on occasion, but I don't think that by itself is justification to deny this project. The way the applicant has designed the project with the queuing occurring in the underground parking drop-off area, the thoughtfulness they have in terms of the staggering of drop-off and pickup, I think it's not going to be perfect, but I think they've done the best job possible. The idea that this isn't the right location, that because it's taking residential land and we should put it someplace else that doesn't take residential land, Well, the only other place there is commercial property. And commercial streets are going to be much more traffic. There's going to be more traffic, more noise, more impact there. So it's sounding like some people don't want these kind of schools anywhere in West Hollywood, because if they can't go in residential and traffic is too big a deal, then we can't put them in commercial. So where are we left to have a preschool facility? The comment about this not being limited to West Hollywood residents, that's true. But none of our other businesses are limited to West Hollywood residents. We don't condition our restaurants in saying only West Hollywood residents can work there or shop there or go to our retail stores or visit our hotels. This is a business like any other business, and they're going to draw from the local neighborhood. That's going to be the people who are most going to want to have the preschool close to them. But surely there will be people from the Hills and from Beverly Hills and from LA who will want to use this facility. Maybe they work in the neighborhood and this is the most convenient for them. My final point is, in terms of my perspective on this, we talk a lot about being a city that's committed to equality for women and girls. We're having the vagina monologues in a couple of weeks. We are a pro-choice city. And for me, this is about really putting our money where our mouth is. Having preschools and adequate preschools for parents in the city is, in my mind, part of a feminist agenda. And yes, we have men who are raising children, but still today, most of the responsibility for child rearing is still on women's shoulders, and we need to be doing more to make that easier for our residents who have children. So with that, I support this. I don't support the appeal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to everyone who came out to speak tonight. I think there are valid concerns that were raised in the appeal, and as I read through it, I also felt like those concerns were addressed through the multiple hearings that the Planning Commission had. I share the concern about the queuing for drop-off. I'm glad to know that there will be a 3, 6, and 12-month review. We do have models for successful queuing. I know Maimonides worked really hard to have their queuing work out. I do live near the Center for Early Education, and I experience their drop-off scenario. A lot of parents, park and walk their kids actually up to the school. They park where there's a safe place to park, and then they walk with their kids up to the school. It's in the neighborhood, and somehow everybody's able to peacefully coexist in the neighborhood, and it actually makes for a pleasant walk in the morning. I think that if we don't allow for some degree of queuing in a school to allow for drop-off, we're not going to have schools anywhere in West Hollywood. And so I think that watching that issue through the 3 reviews at the Planning Commission level will be important, but I don't think that disqualifies the ability to have this school. It is across the street from West Hollywood Elementary, as Genevieve Morrill indicated, a school which has 375 students. The center, which I mentioned earlier, which is in a residential neighborhood where I live, has 540 students. So I don't think the 72 student projected number of students at this school is going to have an impact on a street like San Vicente that can't be addressed. In terms of what else is in the appeal, I spoke with some of the members of the Planning Commission who indicated that their intentions were not misstated in the resolution that moved forward, and in fact, that's why it was approved. So I think a lot has been said. I'm in agreement with a lot of what the mayor and councilmember Heilman have said. The modifications that the Planning Commission did, which required multiple hearings, addressed some sound reinforcements to address noise concerns in the neighborhood, especially with the outdoor play area, and the built-in review will help us make sure that those reinforcements are actually working and doing the job. I am interested in seeing more schools in the area. We do know that there are parents who have had conversations and come to this very podium asking LAUSD to create new school options. So we know there's interest from our residents as well as the surrounding area for additional resources for our young people, and I think that's something that's an important part of the quality of life overall as we're building community. When we're thinking of creating community for a lifetime, that includes when you're just starting out. And I think this school has an opportunity to really play a vital role in how we build community in West Hollywood. And I hope that with their diligence and the careful review of the Planning Commission to address the concerns that the community has raised, that it will in fact become that kind of institution.
So none of us who are in support of this made a motion. Did somebody wish to do that? I can. Councilmember Heilman, would you like to make a motion? And I will second it.
Yes, my motion is to deny the appeal and approve the resolution that's in front of us.
Including closing the public hearing.
Yes, and closing the public hearing. Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion on the table. It's been moved by Councilmember Heilman, second by me. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes 3-1. Councilmember Duran recused himself. Thank you. Councilmember Duran recused himself. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 4A. Let me go in the back and grab John. We're going to take a break for everyone from CSW who's here. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, guys. It would have
Thank
been
you.
4-1 had I been here.
Begin again. We are on item 4A, which is a discussion of the co-sponsorship of Christopher Street West's 50th annual LA Pride in West Hollywood. Who will be giving us our staff report?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Megan Reith, and I'm the Event and Film Services Supervisor. Also at the staff table this evening are Kristen Cook, Public Safety Director, John Leonard, Community and Legislative Affairs Manager, and Cleo Smith, Event and Film Services Manager. The item before you this evening is regarding the city's financial co-sponsorship of the 2020 LA Pride event. At the council meeting on December 16th, staff brought an item that offered a debrief of Christopher Street West's 2019 event. That event, which included an expansion of the traditional footprint onto Santa Monica Boulevard in order to offer a free programming component, was very successful. Community response to the event as a whole was overwhelmingly positive, and following the successes of the 2019 event, city staff began working with CSW leadership on their proposals for their 50th anniversary event this year. And accordingly, council approved a 2020 footprint that allows CSW to further expand free programming and safely construct these satellite components of the venue at the December 16th meeting. Tonight's discussion is intended to provide direction related to the city's financial contribution to LA Pride 2020. Within the recommendations for this item, there are two sets of financial requests. The funding requests outlined in Recommendation 6 come directly from staff. They reflect costs related to park construction and footprint expansion that the city will incur, some of which will be reimbursed by CSW. The total amount of those requests is $128,000. The second set is outlined in Recommendation 7 and reflects sponsorship requests from CSW. Staff's projection of costs associated with these requests is $3,052,576, the majority of which are public safety costs. Staff views public safety costs to be a core function of the city, including neighborhood patrols, and some of the costs outlined before you, such as traffic control services and parking enforcement services, can be considered extensions of public safety. At a meeting last year, Council expressed interest in receiving post-event financial data from CSW, and staff contracted with a consultant to conduct a financial analysis. If there are no questions at this time, John Leonard will give a brief overview of the financial analysis that was performed and staff's recommendations regarding the financial co-sponsorship requests.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I will briefly discuss the independent financial review and analysis that was included with the staff report, as well as the co-sponsorship requests that are also in the staff report. First, I would like to reiterate what Megan mentioned, which is that last year's LA Pride event was very successful, and we heard good feedback from the community about it. In the past, there have been concerns regarding the finances and management of CSW. As noted in the consultant's review and the staff report, these concerns are largely gone, and CSW's financial position has significantly improved and the organization is being effectively run. We as staff have reviewed the consultant's report as well as the financial data from CSW and agree that the organization is in a good position and has significantly improved over the last several years. The success of last year's event also demonstrates that CSW is able to execute the event effectively and is a good partner with the city. For the 2020 event, there are total co-sponsorship requests of approximately $3 million. The vast majority of the requested amount is for public safety services related to the festival, the parade, as well as public safety for outside of the festival and in surrounding neighborhoods. Over the last 5 years, public safety costs have increased significantly from approximately $500,000 in 2015 to approximately $2.6 million for the upcoming year. This increase is due to a number of factors, including enhancements to safeguard against intentional acts and accidents at the event, increased sheriff contract costs, as well as increased coverage areas with the addition of Pride on the Boulevard last year. We as staff believe that public safety is a core function of the city, and that it is reasonable for the city to cover the costs related to public safety, including the cost increases mentioned. We consider public safety costs to include line items A, B, and F in recommendation number 7, as Megan mentioned. These 3 items include sheriff costs, medical costs, including the medical tent, traffic control, and parking enforcement costs. The remainder of the co-sponsorship requests are $385,000 outside of the public safety items. of which the majority is for Pride on the Boulevard programming and costs related to utilizing the Pacific Design Center. These items are the other items within Recommendation 7, C, D, E, G, H, and I. These costs increased by approximately $130,000 over last year. After internal discussion and review, staff recommends that the city pay for the public safety costs outlined previously, and that council consider having CSW cover the $385,000 in other costs mentioned. Due to the large increases in public safety costs, approximately $950,000 in the coming year, we believe that this could be a reasonable cost-sharing approach between the two parties. With that being said, we are seeking council's direction on the co-sponsorship amounts. We are available for questions, and the consultant that prepared the financial review memo is also here and available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there other questions from any of the council members before we hear from the public? All right, we have a number of speakers. Dan Morin to be followed by Genevieve Morrell.
Better late than never. I want to wish everyone in the chambers a very happy 2020. May it bring us all the very best, and I hope you all had a very happy holiday. That said, 50 years ago this June, I don't know why I'm getting so emotional. I participated in the first CSW March, not parade, in New York City. Since then, I have attended many other Pride festivals in various cities. I was elected as CSW LA Pride board member in the fall of 2016, but regrettably resigned in January of 2017 due to its then onerous non-disclosure agreement, as well as concerns about its then leadership and direction. So you can imagine how pleased I was with what has transpired since then, especially last year's Pride on the Boulevard. It was probably the best CSW LA Pride event I have attended. And now Pride on the Boulevard will be expanded to encompass Santa Monica Boulevard from Doheny to La Cienega. Could this year be even better? I think so. That said, and because this event could not occur without the support and largesse of the city of West Hollywood, it might be wise to consider having a representative of the city on the CSW board. And I trust that no future board member would be paid an astonishing $200,000 as a settlement, or any money for that matter. As LA Pride continues to evolve and grow, and even though the city is providing a truly significant amount of money, I am concerned about the over-commercialization of this event. Unfortunately, I do not have a solution. However, I wholeheartedly endorse this item for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Genevieve Morrow to be followed by John Erickson.
You're looking sharp, Mr. Morin. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Genevieve Morrell, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce supports Christopher Street West and LA Pride. You know, next to the City of West Hollywood and the Travel Tourism Organization, the business community really considers Christopher Street West to be one of its most important economic partners. The price tag on cannot be a price tag on public safety. A lot of this, I think Mr. Leonard and staff have done an excellent job in sorting out what each of the amounts relate to. But this is a significant investment and has huge economic return for all of us. So we hope you support this item in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Erickson to be followed by Tracy Passo.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. John Erickson, City of West Hollywood. Rest in peace, Gene. I wanted to come out here and make sure that people understand this. Christopher Street West, having been here in the city for 10 years, worked at the city for 6 years, I have seen this organization turn around ever since new leadership took helm, and it has become a community-focused event that I am so proud of to go to now. And the focus that it has placed on making sure everyone is involved, Pride on the Boulevard has been astonishing. The amount of acclaim from people who are coming in, people who lived in the city, people who lived in the city who didn't like CSW but then came to Pride on the Boulevard and just experienced a whole new level of what LA Pride was, is so critical because it's starting a new narrative, a new chapter for what it is, especially when you think about the monumental anniversary before us this coming year. That all comes with a public safety price tag, one that the city has always paid because they prize public safety, because while the world may be changing and while everything may be seemingly to be under attack, here in West Hollywood, we don't go back on our values. Here in West Hollywood, we don't go back on how prideful we are. And here in West Hollywood, we always make sure that when we put on LA Pride, all are welcome and that people don't have to be scared, they don't have to be afraid. And so I'm wholeheartedly in support of this item. I hope you support it as well. And I really want to thank Kristen Cook and all the sheriffs, all the fire department, everyone who's involved, our special event staff, hi Cleo, hi Meg, John, hello, and make sure that we continue to put forth this item to the best of its ability because the staff puts in so much work to make sure this event goes on safely. It's proven every year, and I hope you'll support this item.
Thank you, Mr. Erickson. Tracy Passo to be followed by Larry Block and then Steve Martin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Tracy Passo, West Hollywood resident and LA Pride board member. I joined the LA Pride board last year in 2019. We were a new board. There were some issues, very quick, tough issues that we had to resolve. And we as a new board resolved them quickly and efficiently. We're a new organization, we're a strong organization, and we are financially responsible. I personally served on the finance committee last year for a number of budgeting things. And I also want to thank you on behalf of the community for your support in approving the budget last year for an expanded Pride on the Boulevard. We're continuing with our ability to be financially responsible and a new board with 5 new board members that we have just recently elected. And we're starting to really quite professionalize the board. And I just asked, I think this year for our 50th is going to be really amazing, and we've got some amazing things planned, including a family pride on the boulevard, which is going to be a new component, and the celebration of 50 years of the first legally permitted Pride Parade. I hope that you approve our request tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Larry Block and then Steve Martin.
Larry Block, West Hollywood. 2 years ago, we were on Santa Monica Boulevard. I'm the owner of the Block Party store. It's the gayest store on earth. And that morning, we heard about the Pulse shooter, the shooter coming up, that was on the way to our Pride. And we heard about Pulse just a few years ago, too. And that kind of stuff, there's no price on public safety. Most of this budget is for public safety, and there is just no price on public safety, because if we make a mistake on public safety, it will affect every Pride going forward. It will affect the whole city going forward, the way Westwood had its shootings and Westwood died years ago. So there's no price on public safety. As far as the actual Pride goes, I have a shop on the street where we hear the comments from everybody. And there are a lot of negative comments everybody fought about for years and years. But last year's Pride was so successful in its temperament, in its public safety, in its outreach, its engagement, and gave room for everybody to breathe where we weren't all compact. So this might be the last year before the park opens again. This is going to be the biggest Pride ever. So I support the budget for this year, and I hope you approve it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Block. Steve Martin is our last speaker.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood, and I've lived in West Hollywood for 40 years, and I think my first Pride event was in '75, and obviously things have evolved a lot since then. Last year was really incredible, and I mean, just just the interactions with the people that I had. It was very, very positive, and we've had a few challenging years. The current board is probably the most professional and diverse that's ever been in existence for CSW. What's a hallmark of how they operate is they're really not afraid of criticism. And you know, when you're on this board, you're kind of a sitting duck. And they take it in and they turn it into a positive. I believe that their greatest strength is the fact that they listen. You can't always accommodate everybody's going to have a different view, but I really give these folks a ton of credit for listening to everybody in the diverse community in West Hollywood and all in the part of Greater LA. They've really done an incredible job, and I just take my hat off to them. The hard work and the dedication is really something we have to appreciate. As Genevieve and Larry Block said, we can't put a price tag on public safety, and it's just the era that we live in, and the notorious, you know, this event is so famous. We've got to make sure that we protect everybody here. And then lastly, the numbers are coming from John Leonard. John Leonard, who of course is a bulwark at City Hall. I mean, he's covering marijuana, he's covering the MTA financing. Paul, I don't know what else he's doing. I don't know what you're doing during the rest of the day, but I'm assuming he's making your life a lot easier. And I just think that his endorsement is a big endorsement for me. So anyway, thank you, and God bless CSW.
Thank you very much. Anyone have questions for staff or wish to begin?
I'm always ready to begin, but somebody else wants to.
No, jump in if you like. Please.
I'll go first. I think I agree with a lot of the comments that were made about public safety. I've consistently said that it's important for us to cover the public safety costs because the event being in the city, for all of the reasons that members of the public said, we want to make sure that people feel safe to come and be themselves, and that's what Pride's all about. So I think that part just needs to be a given. We've asked LA Pride to go out to the community, to ask the community what kind of event would be important, what features for the event would be important to creating the kind of experience that you want for Pride, and especially for the 50th anniversary. I think it's incredibly important that the community is heard, and I think this event that is designed for this year is designed in response to community input. So I think that's why it needs to move forward, and I think that's why we need to approve what's been brought before us by our staff tonight. You know, we could run Pride like we run Halloween and just hire a producer and make it an event that, you know, doesn't have the kind of it's a fun event, but what Pride has is a spirit and a soul and a community connection because of all of that input. And I know that the CSW board works really hard. I know that Jeff has been producing this event now for over 10 years. We wanted to celebrate you, but I hear you're shy and you don't want public recognition, but you're on my turf now, so I get to publicly recognize you. Yes, I think applause for him is good. But you know, we've seen this event grow and become an event that people are really excited about. I'm excited about the 50th anniversary, and so I'm excited to say yes to what's before us tonight.
Councilmember Duran.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few quick comments. Actually, maybe not quick, but a few comments. Dan Moran, the reason, I think, why you were taken for a moment there to grasp your breath is the same reason I saw you tearing up over the Studio One reunion. That we come from a time and place in our history that things were rough and tough, and there's a certain sense of pride in watching the community continue on, and something about hitting the number 50 to those of us who weren't sure we'd get to actually see this. That's what it is. And I share that moment where you caught your breath with you because I've been there with you. So I've been coming to Pride since '79, so for 41 years I've attended Christopher Street West. And the irony, of course, is I know that's longer than Esteban Montemayor has been on the planet. I've been coming to Pride annually in West Hollywood even before I moved here. And there's something very different about West Hollywood Pride or CSW. Often I hear from people, why can't you make it more like New York or make it more like San Francisco? In New York, they have the pier. In San Francisco, they take over the entire Castro. What's unique about this is that we've got a little city of 1.9 square miles, 36,000 residents who play host to one of the largest festivals in the world and don't need the firepower of New York City or San Francisco to pull it off. That, to me, is miraculous and noteworthy. I think that sometimes people think, well, maybe we should just let Los Angeles take over and they'd move it to downtown. Something would be lost. I think a lot of us that live on this part of the city would probably not venture down to downtown. And what's true about West Hollywood Pride is it's not just what happens on Santa Monica Boulevard or San Vicente, but it happens on every neighborhood block from La Brea to Doheny, where an entire city, an entire community of people, both gay and straight, embrace a weekend here in West Hollywood. Having said that, I want to say that I have lived in West Hollywood for 30 years now. I've lived on Westbourne, on Hancock, on Larrabee, and now at San Vicente and Harrod. And so I have lived in 4 of the streets that will be heavily impacted by the proposed lane changes. So I understand this neighborhood that's about to be impacted. We only have, when you live in these streets between La Cienega and San Vicente, you've only got a couple of options. You have Santa Monica Boulevard and you have Holloway. And taking away Santa Monica Boulevard for the people who live in this neighborhood means everybody has to utilize Holloway, which doesn't have the ability to accommodate that much traffic. So I read the part of the staff report where staff has concluded that we're just going to have to grin and bear it and give people notice about what's going to happen in the neighborhood. So I would just say that the noticing, I notice we're approving a contract to help us properly notice people in this neighborhood. It can't just be mailers. Including myself, mailings from the city live about 7 seconds before they go in the garbage can. I think the outreach has got to be significant. There's not more than 100 buildings in this particular neighborhood. And I think it's a matter of finding out who the manager is or the property owner is, finding out how to get access to the community space in each of the buildings, reaching out, telling people that this particular weekend they're not going to be able to get in and out as readily and they're going to have to use Holloway. And I would also include people up on Alta Loma, because the people on Alta Loma up by the Sunset Marquee are used to having full reign of Holloway, and suddenly they're going to be competing with everybody else for Holloway. So the entire district for me is Holloway, Alta Loma, and all the little streets that feed into Holloway and Santa Monica Boulevard. I know it's a very dense area. I would just ask us to please do everything we can to make sure that people are aware so they can plan in advance and not have to perhaps leave their buildings or their streets. The last thing I want to say is I think necessity is the mother of invention. The reason we have Pride on the Boulevard was because we lost half the park, and we had to innovate and figure out a way to accommodate the need for additional space. And so great minds came together. I know CSW and its board, and Jeff Consoletti came up with the idea, and I think Mayor D'Amico and I and others up here came up with the idea that we just have to push onto the boulevard, and it turned out to be something that really was great. And even after the park is done, should probably be continued, because it feels like the festival completely engages the entire community. And I guess the last thing I'd want to say is I want to thank Madonna Cacciatore and Esteban and all your board, because I know what it's like to be the focus of criticism. And I will just tell you that Joe Toy, who was your predecessor a long time ago, and Gary Jonker after him, the late Joe Toy, who died in the epidemic, the late Gary Jonker, who died in the epidemic, the late Bob Craig, who died in the epidemic, late Steve Genzel, who we recently lost, and Rodney Scott have all, at one time or another, told me about the criticism they get. So it's always there. It's always going to be there. It's part of the gig. It's going to be okay. I don't think it's impacting you anyway. But just know that I think there are people all over the city that support CSW. And whatever you all come up with on the creative side, it's going to be wonderful. The public safety side, because of our great public safety staff, it's going to take care of itself. My only concern is the noticing of the people on Westbourne, Westmont, West Knoll, Holloway, Hancock, San Vicente, Larrabee, and Palm. It's a lot of streets, but they're going to feel it. They're going to feel it. And I'd rather put as much information out there as we can before the weekend arrives, rather than us all have to deal with the criticism in July. So that'd be my one request on the noticing. Not just mailers, please. Something more. Thank you.
Councilmember Meister.
Thank you. From what I can see from our staff's report, there are a number of recommendations to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. Staff is recommending that we move forward. It looks like number 7, A through I, they would like us to provide feedback and direction on the request from CSW. So can we discuss that?
Sure. Yeah, if you would like to.
No, I mean, I see a motion to adopt, so I don't know if that means
Well, I
we're
think
just
we haven't.
approving everything, or we're discussing it, or?
I don't know what the motion is. We haven't heard, and we haven't heard from all of us yet.
Right.
So if you
Okay.
have some opinions about those, you can certainly say them, and then when the motion is made, hopefully the maker and the seconder will consider them.
Okay. So I agree that public safety costs and traffic control services, Pride on the Boulevard production, and the additional parking enforcement, and costs related to the trans brunch should all be covered by the City of West Hollywood. I am open to discussion on the other costs, would like to see what my colleagues think, but those costs, I think, especially the production of a trans brunch, I mean, we've been very supportive, and I think we need to show our support with what's in our wallets. And I think public safety obviously should be our number one concern. And I also think that the Pride on the Boulevard production is something that really showcases the City of West Hollywood as well as CSW. So I think that that is something that we should be paying for. As the mayor mentioned, I guess it was last year, we need to make sure that all LA Pride, that we have the City of West Hollywood in all of the materials, LA Pride in the City of West Hollywood, because I think that did make a difference, how people perceived the event. So I'm open to discussing the other items in terms of whether or not the city should be covering them, but I think that the ones that I've mentioned are the major ones that I think the city absolutely should cover.
Terrific. Councilmember Heilman, do you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the people who spoke. And certainly thank you to the CSW LA Pride people for their spectacular work last year and for bringing this forward. And thank you to all of our staff for their hard work. We're getting this much earlier, and I know a lot of commitments have been made earlier than in the years past, and that I think it's definitely helpful for us in the community. We can do the noticing early, and the Pride folks can do the planning. As I read the agenda, like my colleague, Councilmember Meister, there's a series of recommendations that you're recommending, and then on number 7, you're asking us for some input. And my thought about that is that I definitely agree we need to pick up the public safety and the traffic control costs and parking enforcement. I think we've been doing that all along. And those are really city functions. And I think those are appropriate city functions for us to be, that's part of our commitment to this event. I'm very reluctant for us to be involved with any of the programming. For us to be as much as we all support the trans community, for us to underwrite the trans brunch, and then the next thing is going to be for us to underwrite the sober brunch or the leather brunch, and I don't feel that our role as a city should be involved in the programming and what components exist in the event. That to me feels not our role, and I worry also if our role becomes funding those components of the programming, then we're starting to get into an arena where First Amendment rights and people who want to participate, but maybe CSW doesn't want them to be part of the activities, they're going to say, well, but this is a city event and we have a right to be there. And I think this is CSW's event, their program. We are providing the sort of the public amenities, and that's where I would really like us to focus our resources. And to me, that seems appropriate. It was very successful on the boulevard. When we have the new park, that creates a whole new configuration. I think we need to relook at this because this is quite expensive. It's a great event and it brings a lot of people and it brings a lot of business to the community too. But as Councilmember Duran said, it also is very impactful on the community. So I'm fully supportive of going forward with it again on the boulevard. And then let's consider it next year and see if we really need that whole space the whole time. We might be able to use San Vicente for a free space and have enough space in the park for a ticketed event. There may be other options. And I appreciate that they're looking at other parking lots and other streets for activation, again, for potentially free events or events that don't require the ticket to get into the festival.
Thank you. I have a slightly different point of view, and I mean, clearly we're going to do this, but I just have to say I don't support this item the way it's written. I think spending $3 million on one event is it's uncomfortable for me, given many of the other things happening in our community. And in fact, what it comes down to is about $40 per attendee, and I just think that that's too expensive. There are too many other critical human services needs in our community that this $1 million that we're asked to be giving could be put towards. And I understand that this is the 50th anniversary, but it just feels a little vulgar, actually. Kind of our community had much simpler ideas about pride and about presence, and so I can't support it in its current presentation. I also want to point out to my colleagues on page 7 of 12, there are some recommendations that I assume you're asking for our position on whether a board member should be on, whether a council member should be on the board, or should we ask for a staff member to be, how we would reconcile attendance records and going forward, capping the total of in-kind donations, et cetera. I don't know if you need us to address those now or you'll come back with a set of recommendations, but I was particularly interested in this piece myself.
So I think we would request just a little bit more time to look at those a little bit more in depth. Certainly these were recommendations that were provided by our consultant, but we need to dig into them a little bit more so that we understand all the components of them and make sure that we're making the right recommendations to the council.
And then I guess the final thing, and Councilmember Meister brought it up, regarding the lead sponsor, and I think we are clearly the lead sponsor, and I wonder what our deck asks for as a lead sponsor in terms of where our name is, and is it on every ticket printed? Is it on every stage? Is it on every piece of collateral? Is it 5 times larger than the next sponsor, since our gift is 5 times larger than the next sponsor? And I just think that, you know, in the 8+ years I've been doing this on what was a subcommittee and now is our entire council, we've sort of struggled with getting a commitment from CSW LA Pride in West Hollywood to in fact do that. I think last year was the best version of that, but I think, I don't know, I would like if the maker of the motion, seconder of the motion, would put some language in the motion that would be consistent with our giving the lead gift, which is a multiple of 5 or 6 times the largest gift of this effort. So those are my comments, and Mayor Pro Tem Horvath, would you like to explain your motion and we'll take a vote?
I was moving the recommendations that were provided by staff. I think the items that asked for our input, we each gave input, and I think that was heard. Is there anything conflicting or confusing that if we leave here, you're not going to understand what it was we recommended in those items?
I think those in support all seem to express support for the public safety costs. When we went through recommendation 7, there were some discrepancies in some of the other ancillary items.
Yeah, I just want to say I understand Councilmember Howman's concerns on the brunch and things that are not the things that are part of CSW programming versus what the city offers, and I'm fine with that.
Maybe we should just go ahead and approve all of the recommendations except 7, and then talk about 7 and see if we get some consensus on that.
If that's your motion, we'll do that.
Is that comfortable? I'm fine with making that the motion. Councilmember Duran, would you like?
I was ready to go for the whole enchilada with you.
Me too, but
but
it sounds
that's
like
what
we
our
don't have a
colleagues-
third,
Yeah.
so.
That's what our colleagues want to do. So we're just moving 1 through 6. Now we're going to talk about 7. And
All
what
right.
about-
It's actually
what about
1
8 and
through 9, with the exception of 7.
We're moving 1 through 9 except for 7?
Yeah.
All right,
we'll
so we have
start
a
there.
motion for 1 through 9 except for 7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, it passes 5-0. So item 7, do you want to talk about these costs individually? Someone wish to make a motion?
I want to maybe engage in some of the discussion for just a minute. I think that since the city is the primary donor to the festival, that it would be important to have a representative on the board. I don't think it has to be a council member, but one of the ways that we can make sure that the money that we're giving is spent wisely and consistent with council direction is to have somebody there participating so we have a direct link back to the city. It's a working board, is the only thing I'm going to say, is that if there is in fact going to be a city representative, he or she is going to have to work, and it's hard work to serve on the board of directors of a nonprofit. I just want to add that, you know, there are some collateral benefits to the city that come from our association with Christopher Street West. And some of it we just can't reduce into dollars and cents. You know, we sit up here and we hear from our community the concern about West Hollywood becoming less gay-friendly or less LGBT, and we should forever brand ourselves as one of the safe places or a mecca for the LGBT community, and we've done that, and we have identified West Hollywood as a safe place for LGBT people to gather. And so the festival is not as much for the people in Los Angeles like myself who come every year. It's for the people driving down from Lancaster or the people coming from a nearby state or a nearby community to actually hold hands with a spouse under rainbow flags that are under the sky above their heads, and the rainbow lanterns is immeasurable to people. And so I think that this is really important for the branding of our city, and we are blessed to have the resources that we have because of the level of economic development we have done. The reason we approve all those hotels, the reason we get all that hotel revenue is for moments like this, so that when we're going to reinvest in part of our community is represented by 40% of the people who live here, that pride is really an important ingredient of the makeup and the profile of the city of West Hollywood. And I would argue that the Castro has been largely diluted because of gentrification, and the Village in New York City has been largely diluted for the same reasons. But the reason that West Hollywood has maintained its identity is because of the businesses between La Cienega and Robertson and the activity that happens there, and that Pride annually is a really important part of that, along with Halloween, in reinforcing that image and reinforcing that branding. So some of this you can do dollars and cents on public safety and traffic and parking enforcement, and if that's all you do, you're missing the point. You're missing the point that the $3 million we're being asked to contribute is something more important that's immeasurable in terms of where we position West Hollywood in the communities of Southern California and how we position LGBT people and where we are at this current time in our movement. So I'm gonna engage with everybody here on the discussion, but I really, to me, it is so much bigger and broader than just the dollars and cents line item to line item. And I do think I was ready to support the Mayor Pro Tem in passing all of the costs that are associated here. But I can also be smart enough to figure out how to count to 3. I need to figure out where that third vote is going to be. But I just wanted to say that to at least help to frame some of the discussion, at least for myself.
City Clerk?
I just wanted to raise one point, that if council was going to discuss having a member of the council on the CSW board, that there may be an issue with that, because at the last
I think
meeting-
we're not. I think
No?
John
Okay.
was, I could be but I think he was referring to that, but
Okay.
that's not in item 7 here, and if we want to
City representative.
talk about that.
I didn't say council member, I said city representative.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
And understood, and that's also not part of number 7. So if you wish to bring it up, we can bring it up after number 7.
Just point of clarification, I know that there are people queued up, but the only programming part is the trans brunch on this list. Am I right about that? Is that the only issue that we have with this item?
Well, there are 2 other items that we've never picked up before, and they're asking us to pick up. The Metro employee parking relocation. You know, this is an event that serves the whole county. The county should be picking that up. The rehabbing of the facilities, the basketball courts, that is an expense that CSW has always borne. And I don't understand why this year, when we're contributing so much more in terms of public safety, we're being asked to pick up those costs as well. So from my standpoint, the public safety, the traffic control, the parking enforcement, even the increased costs of the citywide community mailer, I'm supportive of that. I can even be supportive of at least a portion of the Pride on the Boulevard production, because some of that is related to the costs on the Boulevard. But the Metro parking, that's not something that it was necessitated by the park being closed, and the basketball courts, that's something they've always picked up, and I already made my comment about programming. I think that's their responsibility, not ours.
What about Pacific Design Center?
You know, part of that is related to the park being closed. At least 80,000 of it is the rental of the space, so I get that. You know, for this year, for us to pick up that portion of it.
Who would like to speak? We have Councilmember Haum and Councilmember Meister's names listed.
And I think that CSW was asking to have a quick moment too.
Okay.
I just had one other. Are you finished?
Well, if they wanted to make a comment, I'd like to hear that too.
Do you want to hear their comment first or speak? Okay, whoever would like to speak.
Good evening. I'm going to try to make it brief, but I do want to address a few things. And Madonna, will you please join me as well? When I joined the organization in 2017, it was in dire shape. And there was a report that was commissioned that I think Councilmember John D'Amico, you're rightfully interested in. But to be direct, I don't think we needed a report to tell us that CSW was in dire straits. And I don't think we needed a report to tell us that the city has been an incredible partner to CSW. These are things that we know. And so for me, I think what's really important, and for our organization, what's really important, is to understand how do we build upon this relationship and this partnership? Because that's what it is. It's a partnership. We work together. This staff here has been quite remarkable, working with us on a daily basis. The staff that we've built today, we had our 4th staff member begin at CSW. When I joined, there were 0 staff members. This organization is more stable than ever before. It's more committed to our mission than ever before. It's more in tune with the needs of the community than ever before. And I hear the comments about programming, but I am going to push back on that because oftentimes the programming ideas we've heard have come from this council and have come from this community. And that's actually not a bad thing in my perspective, because we want to work with all of you, with this city, with this region, with our constituencies, this LGBTQ plus family, to make sure that it's as representative as possible. And so these requests here are reflective of that. And I do hear some of the concerns regarding making sure the recognition is due. And we worked very, very hard last year to ensure that that recognition was due. And I am willing any single day, meet me at a coffee shop, meet me at City Hall, we will work it out. I have not been given clear guidelines on exactly what it is the city is requesting. But we have given you every document, every budget, every tax return. I will bend over backwards, as will Madonna, as will this board, to give you what you need to ensure that you understand that CSW is more committed than ever before to making sure this partnership works. Not just for me, not for Madonna, not just for the council, but for this community for generations to come, for another 50 years. So the requests up there, some of them, Councilmember Hyman, were paid before. I believe Metro, there was a portion last year that was paid. Pride on the Boulevard, the logistical needs that JJ Lay had presented, those were covered as well last year. So I believe, and staff would best correct me if I'm wrong, a majority of those costs were paid by the city last year. There is no doubt that this is an incredible increase. I live here, I'm a taxpayer as well. I live down the street, and I also am impacted by the noise and the traffic and all the things that have been mentioned before. But this is one weekend, and it's an incredible, powerful weekend. Visibility is very, very important for this community. And it's why Dan got a little emotional, why Councilmember Duran got a little emotional. It's why I get emotional and passionate about this. It's why Madonna does as well. It's why she will knock on every single door along with me, along with every board member, to go to those 100 buildings. Tell us what we need to do and we will do it. You have not heard that before from CSW in some time. And that's what I just wanted to express.
Thank you very much. Who was... Madonna, did you have something to say? He called you up and then you didn't speak and...
I just want to say I'm an old lady who went through all of the AIDS crisis. I lost many people. This anniversary also makes me very emotional. So I'm sorry. I'm really tired and I lost a friend yesterday. So I have a little bit more going on, but I just want to say thank you because I know that you've been incredibly generous and your staff has gone out of just off the hook and helping us get these numbers and get what you need to make sure that you understand how committed we are to creating the event that John Duran's talking about, to expanding what we did last year. We want to get voter registration out. We want conversation hubs. We want youth and family pride. We want people on that boulevard. We want to bring more community to the boulevard, not just, I thought it was insanely wonderful last year, standing on Robertson and looking out from that stage and seeing the community in that way, because it was a vision that I was sort of talking to people about a year ago, a year before this, and to see it play out was incredibly inspirational. And if you will give us the opportunity, I mean, we are growing, and part of our plan this year is to create a development team to give back to the community. We want to do scholarships and grants in the community. I want to give to the Black AIDS Foundation. I want to give to everybody that we can. We want to do theater, film and television grants. We want LGBTQ filmmakers out there making documentaries about this city and our work. I mean, we have a lot of plans for the organization. We cannot do it without you. And I'm expressing my gratitude because I know this is hard. I live in Estevan City, so I know the taxes that I pay in Los Angeles. It ain't great, but I'm incredibly sensitive to what the city has to deal with us closing streets and having people like Dan here and people come forward, Larry Block. I mean, I'm just incredibly grateful to the community for listening to us and for allowing us to listen to you. And we will create a great partnership, and I'm with Estevan. I'll go meet anybody. We'll get all the branding, that we can possibly give you, because we do know that you're our biggest partner. So I hope you'll consider the whole ball of wax, because we're going to need it. We want to give some of that money back as much as we possibly can to the community, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madonna. So we still have Councilmember Harlem and Councilmember Meister's name. Who wish to go next?
I appreciate the comments, and I think that just solidifies my thought on this. We all know that CSW is incredibly important and what a great benefit it is for the community, but we have to wear our responsibility here to the city and to the community and be fiscally responsible about this. We're not supposed to just roll over and give them whatever they want anytime they want it. Last year we contributed $2 million, and this year the projection is approximately $3 million, and that's I appreciate that you want to give money away to different organizations. We can do that directly as a city, and we don't need to funnel it to you to then give it back to community serving organizations. I think what is fair is for us to cover the public safety costs. If we can put up that chart again.
Sorry.
I think that's 7A, that's fair. I think most of us have talked about it. The traffic control services, I think we've talked about that, it being a city function. I understand picking up the Pride on the Boulevard costs. Last year we picked up $91,000. This year it's going to be more because we realize we need more janitorial and porta potties and the like, and that to me seems fair. I think picking up some of the Pacific Design Center, at least the rental cost, seems fair to me. The community-wide mailer, the parking enforcement, all of that seems like it's reasonable for this year. But I'm troubled with the idea that somehow we're being stingy if we don't give them everything that they ask for, including things that we've never funded in the past. So that's kind of where I'm at with this.
Councilmember Meister? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to be clear. A, B, C, D, E, F, you're okay with. It's G, H, I.
Well, C, the Pride on the Boulevard, I'm not happy with the full amount of it, but I understand that that's something that staff feels is necessary, and it's our street, and I think that needs to be, looking good throughout the weekend.
Yeah, I just want to address a few things. First of all, the fact that that CSW had to provide financials, that was actually something that we decided a few years ago, that any project, any events where we were the co-sponsor, we would require financials from the organization that was asking for the sponsorship. So don't think we're picking on you. That was actually a policy that we put forward, and I think it's a good policy because it's transparent. So it helps with transparency. I know that last year when we talked about providing more money than we had in previous years, we talked about the possibility of when we do get these financials back, that if there is a good amount of revenue, we won't say profit because it's a nonprofit, that the city perhaps would get repaid for some of what we are paying for. What I would suggest is if we are true partners in this, that when we have, when we see what the revenue is, maybe, and this would have to be negotiated, you know, if my colleagues are in agreement, that, you know, over a certain amount of revenue, maybe a percentage of whatever is over, whatever that magic number is, goes towards our One City, One Pride for the next year. That it pays for that event, which is an event that happens at the same time as Pride, and actually even longer. We have, 40 days or 49 days or something like that. And it could actually make our One City, One Pride bigger and maybe more exciting, and working with CSW as they have in the past. So that might be something that the mayor might be interested in, because I understand his concerns about the amount of money that we are putting forward, especially, you know, $1 million more than last year. And that's what my suggestion would be.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Do we require financial disclosure from the Elton John AIDS Foundation?
No.
Okay.
Councilmember Duran.
I think I want to hear you first because I'm trying to count my votes. So you go first.
I would just say this. So here's my concern. We're being asked to spend, if I understand it correctly, 50% more, and I just don't think this event is going to be 50% better. And I can't thank you all enough for how amazing it was. It was a truly amazing event last year, and perhaps at 6% or 8% or 20%, 10% in terms of expenses just because of inflation, sure, I can understand that. But my colleague, Councilmember Heilman, and maybe others, maybe not, see that this for me, it's just, I'm not ready to do that. This is the first time we're seeing this. Perhaps I would be ready in a month after having additional discussions with staff and reading more reports or understanding some of the technicalities around the actual ask. But I thought that last year's event was perfectly terrific. I think it covered every base. It stretched ourselves in all the ways that I thought could be stretched, and I'm just not convinced that spending 50% more is going to make this event 50% better. That said, I certainly support my colleagues doing this. I look forward to having a wonderful time. I look forward to inviting the entire world to come to the 50th anniversary of this spectacular event right here in our tiny city. But I also know that with 30-some thousand residents and $3-point-some million, that's $100 per resident to support this event, or $40 per attendee to support this event. And I think there are some more humble ideas, some more community-based ideas that can be exercised that don't cost us that kind of money. So I don't know if Councilmember Duran is ready to speak, but I guess I just want to say one more thing. I mean, we could spend $10 million, and I would understand why it's important to the city. So I can see, and I understand the point you're making about this being an event that is bigger than the size of its shoes. But I still think it costs too much money at $3 million.
I was going to move items 7A through F. Councilmember Heilman, is that why you pushed your button?
Well, that was going to be my motion,
Well,
so.
that's going to be mine too. So I'll
Okay.
second your motion, and now I just want to, just one last comment, and then I'll be quiet. Taking $40,000 off of the 1.3 million is a 1% reduction. So it's livable. And I'll just say this. I know sometimes I get criticized by some people in the community for serving on nonprofit boards. But when you serve on nonprofit boards, you understand how difficult it is to do this part. The annual give or get to serve on the board of the center is $50,000 a year. Every board member on the center's board has to write or raise $50,000 a year to be on that board. For the GLAD board, it's $20,000 a year. When we did Equality California and we started it, it was $10,000 a year. This board has no financial requirement because we told them we wanted a diversity of people on that board, from the LGBT community, the people of color, people of all classes. We told them we wanted a diverse board, and they have done that without the requirement that people go out and have to shake the trees for money. Mr. Moran expressed a concern about over-commercialization. If they went the other way and instead became a board where every board member had to go out and find $25,000, it would be a very different venture than what it is, and it would not look like how it does. So I think it's nice to sit up here and throw around money, and I get that we have a fiduciary responsibility to be very careful on how we spend our money, but 40% of West Hollywood is LGBT, and this is an event that represents 40% of this town. It is our largest demographic, and I think it's well worth the investment that we're making. So I will go along with my colleague that we support items 7A through 7F for $1,276,888 in order to pass 7A through F.
I don't think that's the total amount. Yeah.
I took that 1.1316888 minus 40,000.
The
I
total.
You're
I
in
think
the
we
wrong
want to
column.
pass items.
Oh, I was doing the new
7
funding request.
Let them
if
do the
it's,
math.
Councilman, I think
I
you
was
want to
looking at
pass
the new-
items 7A through F.
I see.
It's
You guys are-
7A through F, it's the 2020 projections.
Got it. I was
That's
looking
the
at the new
new
funding
amount of
column.
money. Yeah, okay.
Okay. We're just knocking 40,000 off.
The motion on the table is to pass items 7A through F. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. No. It passes 4-1. Did you all wish to have a discussion of G, H, and I?
No.
No. All right. Is there anything else we need to cover on Christopher Street West between now and June? Anything we need to prepare for? All right, then we will see you all on the boulevard. Thank you all very much. Congratulations. Item number 5.
4B.
B with a 4.
4B.
Item 4B.
Appointments.
I am not ready to make either of these appointments.
Oh,
Item 5A.
we've postponed this for 3 months, so could we try to get to this soon? With the
Sure,
WAB and the
if
DAB.
you all are ready to move forward, we can.
Well,
Oh, I was ready.
one of the applicants we just got today,
Right.
so I'm ready to move forward with the Women's Advisory Board
Can we at least
appointment.
try the WAB, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, let's do it.
Just 'cause we've
Women's
been-
Advisory Board.
We put this off for a few months.
Nominations for the Women's Advisory Board.
I'd like to nominate Timothea T.
All right, Timothea Tway, any other nominations?
Wait, sorry.
I'd like to nominate Keely Field.
Ely Field has been nominated. Any other nominations? Going once? Going twice? All right, we have 2 nominees. Would City Clerk wish to call out our roll?
Councilmember Duran,
Timothea Tway.
Councilmember Heilman,
Tway.
Councilmember Meister,
Keely Field.
Mayor Pro Tem Horvath. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Me, Tway.
And Mayor D'Amico.
I'm going to abstain. So I guess Timmy Tway is on the Women's Advisory Board. Congratulations. All right, and the Disability Advisory Board, are we ready for that?
I guess we're tabling because we got a new applicant today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. 5A, which is the Ethics Reform Task Force recommendations. I see Mr. Guadarrama there, but I believe this is going to be presented by the city clerk.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. If I could ask Joe Guadarrama and Max Keenan, our two task force members, to come up to the staff table. They're going to be here to answer questions or concerns that you have on the item before you. There are a number of recommendations from the Ethics Reform Task Force. I'll allow the council to tell us how you would like to proceed. If you want to take each recommendation individually, discuss and vote on each one. That seems, yeah?
I was going to suggest that we did that individually. I don't know if you fellows have any opening remarks you'd like to make, or if we can just begin with our review of recommendation number 1. I'm just going to see if they have any opening remarks.
Max or Joe, did you want to introduce yourselves?
Oh, thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Guadarrama. I'm a member of the Ethics Reform Task Force. Our task force met 7 times to discuss the several issues that the council wanted us to consider, and before you is a list of several recommendations. The task force withheld one recommendation that it is still considering, that is the registration and reporting of lobbying activity in the city, which we actually consider to be an integral part of one of the other recommendations. That is the recommendation that we look at banning lobbyists from also serving as campaign consultants. And we can discuss that issue when we get to it. But I'll let Max introduce himself, but in my opinion, our report speaks for itself, and we're available for questions.
Thank you, Task Force Member Guadarrama. My name is Max Kanan, Ethics Task Force Committee member. We spent, as Task Force Member Guadarrama has pointed out, we spent 7 meetings taking into account the recommendations from the council, suggestions on how to improve the current West Hollywood campaign finance system. Our goal has been to come up with recommendations that are workable and will help improve the appearance of politics in West Hollywood and give citizens greater confidence in it. At the last meeting, we had a number of individuals show up and question our proposal for defining the lobbying requirements, and we've actually asked them to come back with further information so that we can consider that, because many people are fearful that their activities they've been engaging in will put them into lobbying activity and will require them to become registered lobbyists and have onerous filings. And we want to work with them to make sure that anything that we recommend to the council will be something that most individuals can comply with. So we are available for questions.
All right, so now we'll hear from the public. Dan Marin, to be followed by Elise Eisenberg, who I think is left, to be followed by Marquita Thomas.
Darren Warren, City of West Hollywood. Before I get to the matter at hand, I must say I'm very impressed with the huge countdown clock that makes me think that I'm going to win an Oscar on Sunday. And now I don't have to see my for an eye exam. I can read that perfectly. Okay, anyway, but I digress. I do realize that there is a proposal to now increase the campaign contribution limit from $500 to $1,000. I am not opposed to this, but I am opposed to the outrageous amounts of money one seems to have to raise to become an elected representative, not just in West Hollywood, but across the country. The Supreme Court Citizens United decision of 2010, allowing unlimited amounts of soft money to influence elections, remains a disaster. We are now seeing $1 billion presidential campaigns. $1 billion, maybe more. It's nauseating to me. But can West Hollywood be the truly progressive city it professes to be? Can it, will it, accept a total spending cap on individual campaigns? What is a reasonable cap? $50,000? $75,000? I think it would be in the interest of the city to have a number of public meetings to discuss this matter. Even if lawsuits were threatened, Should we not defend the principle of basic fairness? You may think that I'm incredibly naive or that I'm an eternal optimist, but I think it's possible. As maybe the progressive city, should not West Hollywood lead the way? To quote a line from John F. Kennedy's inaugural address, "But let us begin." Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Marquita Thomas, be followed by Stephanie Harker.
Good evening, Mayor D'Amico, Mayor Pro Tem Horvath, and members of council. My name is Marquita Thomas. I've been a resident of West Hollywood for 24 years. I was a candidate in the 2019 race for West Hollywood City Council, and I wanted to show my support for recommendation number 4 on this item to increase the maximum campaign contribution from $500 to $1,000. During my campaign, I was able to garner enough support to promote my platform. I had a website, sent mailers, had yard signs, hired a campaign treasurer and everything else, but there were candidates in the race who didn't have the means to promote their platform because they didn't have the funds needed. Newer candidates may not have the same number of supporters as incumbents or repeat candidates, but increasing the maximum to $1,000 and incrementally each election cycle allows a newer candidate to maximize the supporters they do have. I believe this recommendation can help in ensuring fresh new voices are in the race and have the funds they need to address the increasing costs of running a viable campaign, and it decreases the barrier to access that may keep newcomers from entering the race, so I do hope that you support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Harker, to be followed by Larry Block.
Stephanie Harker, City of West Hollywood. Thank you to the crew for putting the captions back on. I almost had to pull a Gene Dobrin. They were off for most of the CSW thing. I am vehemently opposed to the recommendation number 4, the campaign contributions, raising the amounts. It's not campaign finance reform for the better. No more than Citizens United was good for reform. I ask that you do not raise the currently allowable $500 to $1,000. As you recall, we tried that once and then reversed it and lowered it back from $1,000 down to $500. That was in 2009. I think your former thought that it provides new candidates with a more level playing field to keep it at $500 is a good thought. I learned as a commissioner when I had to take the ethics course prior to being sworn in, that just because it's legal doesn't mean it's ethical. And I think the more money in politics, the fewer ethics we have. Could be legal, but it's not ethical. I think more money just allows more questionable activity. It would allow people to bundle even more money in attempts to sway candidates. When I see family members and lawyers and developers and people's gardeners have donated $500, it's like, really? And it always raises a red flag. Right now, if an individual can do $500, that would give a family of 5 a $2,500 input, and it would raise that to $5,000. If people want to hear more from candidates, maybe there should be a fund that everyone could put into, have the developers and everybody else put as much money as they want, and have more debates and less paper coming through our mailboxes. I think it should not cost $100,000 to get elected in a city that's 1.89 square miles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Larry Block and then Genevieve Morrill.
Larry Block, West Hollywood. Although I admire the work of the Ethics Task Force, the one question that really doesn't seem to be answered here is, even if these recommendations are good, what is the right time to be implementing these recommendations? Here we're in the middle of an election in 2020 where some campaigns have campaign numbers. There's a candidate sitting right there, a council member on the dais, who has already sent out fundraising letters, and it's unethical to be raising, unless he recuses himself, it would be unethical for somebody to vote on something that they receive a direct benefit from in this year. So recommendations maybe for this year might be the cost of living increase at $500. But it just doesn't seem ethical to raise it now. Some candidates haven't declared, some candidates have declared, some have websites, some will incur a greater cost of implementing it, even if it's $50 an hour to have your website developer change the rules. Then some people get to go back and ask for more money when they've already raised money. This doesn't seem fair. We're a city of 80% renters. So who are we talking about raising the minimum from 500 to 1,000? How many renters are we talking about really participating? What we're talking is gaming the incumbents into this election. That's what we're talking about, raising the limits so they can bundle more and gaming this election. And that's what it looks like to me. And the two people who are running this year should recuse themselves from a vote on this election.
Thank you, Mr. Block. Genevieve Morrill, to be followed by Steve Martin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Genevieve Morrill, West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. Here tonight to support and thank the task force, the Ethics Reform Task Force, as well as yourselves, for allowing us a little more time on the item for the definition of lobbyists. And we're getting a lot of calls from our members, and so we thank you for helping us. We're putting together a small team. We support all the recommendations, and we appreciate holding on that one so that we still haven't gotten some consensus on. Looking at different definitions of ways to look at it, we respectfully asked Chairman Guadarrama at the time to see if we could come back with some recommendations to the task force that they might consider to bring forward. And so we're really appreciative of that, looking at how we can shape this and so that it doesn't impact, have unintended consequences with some of our businesses, including the chamber. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve Martin, and then our citizen position slips.
Steve Martin, West Hollywood, and I just want to second everything Larry Block said. You know, on a couple of quick issues in regard to recommendation 1, I think it's important to report the campaign contributions, but a lot of the like door-to-door scripts and stuff like that, it seems like it's a real burden on small campaigns, and it just might not be practical, and it might not really have a great effect. Nonprofits. At the end of the day, I really believe that if the people are to be served, that the council members not take board positions on nonprofits. You can only have one master. And if you want to run for city council and serve the people, then do that. If you have to have other hobbies, then don't run for city council. It is an issue of integrity, and we have seen that, and we have seen that recently. But we've seen it before. So it's not just a new phenomenon. So I feel real strongly about that. You know, I served on city council. My business took a hit. You should be at City Hall 20 hours a week, maybe more. You've got to meet with staff. You've got to meet with the public. You can't do that when you're serving on all these different boards. Either you care about the city and that's your first priority, or you don't. And I think the history of serving on nonprofits, we see what it is. As far as the $1,000, look at the campaign contribution list. How many $500 contributions do you see from West Hollywood residents on all of your reports? The most comes from Lauren Meister, probably followed closely by John D'Amico. But for the rest of you, it's not a lot. So all this is doing is giving developers and people doing business with the city doubling their contributions. That doesn't help the residents, and that doesn't help the process, particularly since the incumbents in the 4 years ago were paying people to go door to door. They weren't even relying on volunteers to knock on doors. So I feel very strongly about keeping the limit at 500. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, former council member and mayor. City clerk.
The following individuals did not wish to speak but wanted to express their opposition to the recommended items. Kimberly Copeland. And then the following people wanted to just express their opposition to recommendation number 4, which is the increase in the campaign contributions. Manny Rodriguez, West Hollywood, Nate Clark, West Hollywood, and Elise Eisenberg, West Hollywood.
Thank you very much. So I recommend, colleagues, that we take up one recommendation at a time, and we begin with recommendation 1, which is the filing of campaign communications. I'm happy to have us all speak about it, but is there any reason to take a straw poll before we have this conversation? I feel strongly that we should have some kind of filing of campaign communications. Anyone else? Yes?
I feel strongly against it. I think it is burdensome on small campaigns, and it seems silly to me. This is literature that, as a candidate, you're typically distributing to the public already. So why does it have to be filed with the government? That seems to me inappropriate for the government to be involved in any way in stockpiling the literature of candidates. So I find this whole idea inappropriate.
Okay, my other colleagues?
I had no strong feeling about
Okay,
it one
no
way or the
strong
other.
feeling either way.
I'm curious to know why it was recommended.
The task force wanted to create a repository for campaign communications because in the heat of a campaign, there are several mailers that can be sent out, and people, number one, don't know who they're coming from. And so by mandating that communications be uploaded to the city, and the public knows that they have to do that, then they're further reinforced that they need to put the proper disclosures on there. And if the disclosures aren't on there, there is public evidence that they weren't on there, and then they can be enforced against.
It also helps the citizenry understand what money in a campaign is actually being spent on. When you've got major campaigns going on and you have different independent groups spending large amounts of money, it can get rather confusing, especially when you're trying as a citizen to determine how much money is being spent in a campaign. I would point out that even if the council did not feel that you wanted to subject all candidate campaigns to this requirement, that you may also want to consider perhaps applying it to what we've determined as primarily formed committees with large independent expenditures that come in. That helps citizens understand how much money is being spent and what is being spent on. So that's how we arrived at that conclusion.
Right. There's sort of a through line that goes through a lot of our recommendations, which is we saw large independent expenditure committees in this city as something that needed to be addressed. And as you heard from the public, Citizens United really ties our hands. We can't limit the campaign contribution limits into independent expenditure committees. We can't limit the amount of money that they spend. So what can we do? We can provide more disclosure. And this is one way of providing more disclosure. And then when we get to recommendation number 4, we'll explain to you our reasoning why we think the campaign contribution limit should be lifted. Whether you decide to do it in this election or a future election is up to you. But there's reasoning behind that, and it's not to give the incumbents more of a leg up.
So, thank you. That's, I think, super clear. But for recommendation 1, is there a third vote of interest of any kind of filing of IEs or all campaigns, or?
I'd be interested in IEs.
All right.
I just want to respond to a couple of the comments that were made. Campaigns, because I've been through 5 of them now, often target mailing. Often a campaign piece from my campaign will be targeted to just women, or to just LGBT identified households, or to just seniors, or to just Russian-speaking people. And so what ends up happening is not everybody gets every piece of mail. Historically, when we've had municipal elections, my campaign has targeted a universe of 6,000 voters who never miss a municipal election. Now that we have consolidated with the general election, we know that that number is going to quadruple to 24,000 people who are likely to vote in the November election. So even at 24,000, that still doesn't hit every registered voter in the city who's necessarily going to get a mail piece. And I think if somebody is truly interested in casting an informed vote, he or she may not be in the mailing universe of any particular campaign, And this would at least give them the opportunity to go online, and if they wanted to read all the materials from whatever each campaign is putting out, they'd have the opportunity to do that. Now, do I think many people will do that? No, but it is another form of getting more information out into the public realm rather than targeted campaign mail pieces. I think it is more burdensome for the smaller campaigns, I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Heilman, than the larger campaigns who usually have paid staff to make sure that happens. But in the interest of having more information available to the public rather than less, I think that the benefit outweighs the burden that's placed on each of the campaigns, which seems to be, at least in my mind, slight, whereas the benefit is potentially great. Please.
I would suggest that if this is something we want to move forward with, that we put a minimum amount of how many people the communication went out to. So, for example, if I sent out, 200 letters to a specific neighborhood, it doesn't really make sense to me for that to be considered, a communications that needs to be filed. I mean, I'm happy to do it, but it doesn't.
I think there is, in fact, fairly clear language about mailings from council members, which perhaps, right, internet-only communications are not part of the FPPC, and 250 pieces of mail or more, that sort of thing. So I think.
Well, that only applies to
No, I understand,
publicly
but I
financed
think that
basically.
we have a sort of there are some thresholds that are already in place that were considered.
I'm not clear why it's such a burden for a campaign. I mean, what, don't you just kind of turn it in to the city clerk and then it goes up online?
Yeah, so it's an online submission tool, just like the city of LA has. The city of LA has a 200-piece threshold. So once you've sent out 200 pieces of the same thing, like a mass email or a mass mailer, or you're doing a television commercial or a billboard or something like that, all you do is upload a PDF onto their system, which would, be quite simple.
Which anyone who's uploaded anything to YouTube or Twitter or Facebook knows how to send something to the city clerk.
So this would actually be tied to the campaign account that you create in NetFile that we currently have. And so you would go into that account and upload that mailer, that script, or whatever collateral material was mailed.
All right, so
Can I ask, what is the penalty if a campaign fails to do that?
Oh, that's up to you.
What do other jurisdictions do?
Well, in the city of Los Angeles, it becomes an audit finding if you've missed enough of them because their campaigns are audited. There is in item number 2 is we're going to suggest that the Fair Political Practices Commission be your enforcement agency. So you can set a whatever threshold you want, But most jurisdictions don't tell campaigns that you can miss 5 mailers and still get away with it. So whatever threshold it is, it should be an internal audit standard that's not sort of spread out to the public.
All right, in the interest of moving item 1 along, is there, you have motioned, I did not motion. Did I withdraw my motion? There we go. Is there interest in adopting this? We can make a motion and do so.
Are we doing them one at a time? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, okay. I'll move it.
All right, it's been moved, and that's all campaign literature, or just
As
independent
presented here.
As presented. It's
As
been
by
moved
the
by
task force.
Councilmember Duran, and I will second it, and seconded by me. All those in favor of moving recommendation 1, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No. No.
No, it passes 4 to 1. Yes, she voted yes. No, she voted yes. I voted yes. Yes.
Heilman said no.
Yes. I heard 2 no's, but it was, I think John saying no twice.
He was emphatic.
Yes, but we can ask John if that's what happened. All right, recommendation.
I was throwing my voice.
Thank you.
I do a good Lauren imitation.
Look, I can hum and drink at the same time.
I'm happy to
All right.
move recommendation 2.
Item 2, moved by Mayor Pro Tem Horvath. Is there a second for that? to have the FPPC do oversight
I
and
have
enforcement?
some questions for staff about this item. You tell us what the cost is, 220 per hour for their attorneys, 195 per hour for research. Do we have any estimate as to what the annual cost would be? And do we also have the option of still having enforcement in your office, but having matters referred to the FPPC? That way, where you've made a preliminary determination that there's a violation, it can be referred to the FPPC, but we don't have to have them all the time. We have them on an as-needed basis. Is that an option?
So what was provided along with this item was their template boilerplate contract that they provide to cities. And with any contract, we can negotiate that between our city attorney's office and the FPPC. If the council feels that they would like matters to begin with the city clerk's office and a determination be made and refer those to the FPPC for the enforcement side to save on some of the attorney's fees, that could be negotiated. I think it would depend on the type of grievance that occurred, and we could work those out in the scope of services with the FPPC.
Who was in charge of enforcement before? Is it the city attorney?
It would start with the city clerk's office, and then some things we forwarded to our city prosecutor.
Yeah.
Or if it was just to get clarification or maybe some language to talk to the candidate, thank you, we would consult the city attorney. But I think also we could talk to the FPPC about an annual amount, a whole dollar amount, and then they could just deduct from that. I thought I read that somewhere, but we can double check it.
Councilmember Duran, and then I want to.
I think this is a really good point that my colleague, Councilmember Heilman, has raised about giving the city clerk the ability to refer matters to the FPPC, because I know in the past, especially with some of the smaller campaigns, they sometimes accidentally violate the law by not putting the number of donors that's required on each mail piece, not the correct type, not the correct level of disclosure. And I don't think that every violation has to necessarily go to the FPPC for prosecution. I think it'll actually discourage some people from having to run a campaign. I'd rather have the city clerk have the ability to call the candidate or call the campaign and say, hey, you failed to do this on your mail piece. You have to list all your top 3 donors on every piece of mail, and has to be in this type and at this level of print, so that a correction can be made. Which is very different than, let's say, intentionally violating campaign contribution limits, which is a little more egregious. So I think we should give the clerk some discretion.
And I have the same concern. Yes, with conditions that, certainly somebody could, whatever, use the city logo and find out you can't use the city logo. The city clerk can tell them that, and then it doesn't have to be the FPPC coming down on them, me, without, even if it's really just about 1/4 inch by 1/4 inch me, you can hear that from the city clerk.
And I think we could do that. I think if council is okay with us moving forward and then going into conversations with the FPPC, sort of seeing if it could fit what we would like, then we could bring something back. We would definitely have to bring it back either way, so we could do that.
So are we in agreement under those conditions? We would like to have this move forward? All right, so is that 5-0?
I think it's 5-0.
5-0, okay. Item 3, lobbyists.
That one's coming back.
So,
That one's
yes, I was
coming
gonna say
back.
that one is a future discussion. Item 4, campaign contributions. Who would like to?
I don't
begin?
think it should be indexed to CPI, regardless of if it's being raised or not. I just think that becomes complicated. I'm curious to know, well, a couple of things. I reached out to challenger candidates, some of whom have now gone on the record, so I can talk about what they've said. I find it interesting that the female candidates indicated that, especially the women of color, indicated that raising the amount would have been beneficial to their candidacy. I think that's worth noting. I also am interested in the city attorney's response to the claim from the public about a conflict of interest since we're in the middle of an election cycle.
If there were to be a change, it would apply to all candidates. I don't really see that it would be any advantage or disadvantage to incumbents versus challengers. So I don't see a conflict of interest here. Not a legal conflict of interest. Not one that would preclude them from participating.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Meister, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I do want to say something. I was on the task force in 2009 when we lowered the amount to $500 max per person, and I stand by that. In this last election, I had over 75% of my contributions from residents. I believe the average amount was somewhere between $200 and $250 per person, and I think that there's no reason why we need to go over 500. And if the argument is that, oh, it will end up with IEs being created, we will end up with IEs being created regardless of whether it's 500 or 1,000, because if you look at the IEs that donated to, work to support or oppose certain candidates, they were given contributions of $10,000 and more. So I would like to see it stay at $500.
Councilmember Duran.
I disagree with my colleague, Councilmember Meister. I think it should be raised to 1,000. And I'm just not thinking about this particular election, but all the elections that are to come. We've now consolidated our election with the general election. And so rather than voter turnout of 18 to 20%, which historically has been our turnout for municipal elections, we know that West Hollywood in a presidential election year turns out at the level of 80%. That means that a lot more people need to be communicated with. It's nice to think that people will come to debates, to watch candidate debates. My experience with debates is it's the same 40 people who come to every debate who've already committed to a candidate. Very rare do we have undecided voters actually come to a debate. People come to cheer or jeer at their candidate of choice or the person that they deride. That leaves going door to door. There are neighborhoods on the east side in West Hollywood West and Norma Triangle where you can actually effectively go door to door and campaign. But the majority of our residents live behind security gates in either condominium buildings or apartment buildings, and technically a candidate is trespassing unless he or she gets entry to the building by somebody who lives there. And that's what I've often done, is to safeguard. I will get someone to walk me around his or her building. The reality is a mail piece to a voting universe of 6,000 people, the average cost is $10,000 between printing, production, and postage. If you raise $50,000 to run for the West Hollywood Council, after you pay maybe your consultant and your treasurer, you may have enough money to do maybe 3 mail pieces to a voting universe of 6,000. If you got a mail to 24,000 people, you're going to need a lot more than $50,000. I think people confuse and they think that somehow money ends up in the pocket of candidates. It doesn't. The majority of the money, if you look on the expenditure side, is spent on mail. Because of the way in which our city is set up, most of the campaigning happens in the mailboxes. It doesn't happen at debates. It doesn't happen door to door. Not everybody is a Lauren Meister with 20 years of service to a neighborhood. You know, that's the reason. I think, Lauren, you had a very different dynamic because you had been of service to a community and high profile for decades. A lot of our candidates don't have that benefit walking in. And so I think that just looking at the current dynamics, I've already started my campaign, and at the $500 level, I've raised a significant amount. I think that any of the challengers haven't even started, and in order to be viable, if they're limited to the 500, they're going to have a really tough time getting a message out. So really, it's about communication in a community which is largely behind security gates. I think that's where the lion's share of the money is spent. And I think that candidates like Marquita or Seppi Shine or others who do have access to some donors who could give 1,000 would have the ability to get out more material and information than if we limit them to the 500. So I just think that the difference between 500 and 1,000 isn't significant. It's not like the county of Los Angeles where the limit is $12,000 a race, or a congressional race where it's thousands of dollars. It's 1,000, which to me is not a significant difference between 500 and 1,000. So I would support increasing it.
All right. Councilmember Heilman or Mayor Pro Tem?
One other thing I wanted to add is the city of LA, their contribution limit is 800, 700?
Yes, it's 800, and they have a public financing system, which we cannot have under the law because we're not a charter city.
Okay.
I agree with Lindsay that tying it to the cost of living is going to create a lot of confusion. So if we raise it to 1,000 and then the next year it's 1,020 and then it's 1,034, I mean, that's going to be weird. I think we should agree on an amount. I'm supportive of the $1,000. I think that's realistic. When we lowered it to 500, I predicted that we would have a lot more independent expenditures, and in fact, we have. I have given candidates $1,000, and there are a lot of people in this city who own homes that are worth $2 or $3 million. There are condo owners who own homes that are comparable to that, and they want to give, and they should be allowed to give. So I think the recommendation to increase seems to make sense. I also want to comment on one of the public speakers talked about candidates who have already started. No one is an official candidate until they fill out their candidate intention form and then later turn in their signatures, which occurs in July. Okay, so we have plenty of time to change these rules and make them go into effect, and it will be an even playing field for everyone.
Thank you very much. So it sounds like there are at least 3 votes to increase the campaign contribution. Did we want to take a vote on that? All those in favor of raising the campaign contribution, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say no.
No.
And it passes 4-1.
And we're not going to index it to...
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and not indexing
Not
it to the
indexing
CPI.
to the, that will be 5 new people several years from now can take this up.
Mayor D'Amico, I apologize.
Yes, please.
Who was the no vote?
Councilmember
Okay,
Meister.
thank you.
Recommendation number 5 is the public financing system. I think that's a future discussion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well,
sorry.
when the task force considered it, it was an amendment to the Political Reform Act that was then challenged in court by the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, went all the way up to the Court of Appeal. I believe the FPPC decided not to appeal it to the California Supreme Court, so it's dead.
All right.
We'd have to become a charter city in order to have public financing at this point.
And that's not currently described. Becoming a charter city is not in recommendation 5. So we'll move on to...
I have one question
please.
that's related to the charter city issue, though. I know in the city of Los Angeles, they were able to find a way to limit developer contributions to campaigns. Is that because they're a charter city as well, or is that something we could look into as a city?
It's something that the council can ask us to look into.
Yeah, I would like to see the task force look into that issue.
If I may, the only caution I would give is that I think there may be issues. It may be in conflict with the First Amendment, and obviously we will look into that as a task force, but I don't know if the City of LA's new limitation on developers has been challenged yet in court. I know there are previous California Supreme Court decisions that have said that you cannot prohibit contributions from just certain categories of individual, and I feel like that should that knowledge should be known to you before we take it up. So they can limit, because they're a chartered city, they're allowed to have public financing of campaigns. I disagree with the Court of Appeals, but they've rendered their decision that we as a non-charter city cannot have public financing, but we obviously will look into that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, recommendation 6 was a code of conduct for city contractors.
I support that.
I support that. I support that. John Duran, do you support that? So that's a 5-0. That's item 6. Passes. Item 7, elected and appointed officials serving on board of directors.
I've mentioned this before. There's, I serve on the National League of Cities Board and the California Contract Cities Board. I'm expected to help participate in fundraising efforts for those boards because they serve the city's interests. So this would not allow me to participate in those roles. So I'm not supportive.
Well, my understanding is the recommendation is to not prohibit us from serving on nonprofit boards, but require us to disclose our positions on our
That I'm fine
Schedule
with.
C, which I think seems completely fair.
Right, so the task force looked at the issue and we determined that participation by council members on nonprofit boards was in fact a good thing, but also public disclosure of that was also a good thing, and the public disclosure of that service is what's achieved by putting it on a special section of the Form 700.
I misunderstood. I'm
and
sorry.
we have to make clear, though, that it's just for informational purposes only, because just serving on a nonprofit board, if you don't receive compensation, will not give rise to a conflict of interest. That's not what we're saying. We're saying we just want to give the public information.
I support that.
But if there is a conflict of interest, if there is, for example, we're voting on funds that are going somewhere, that person would need to recuse, correct?
I would leave that to the city attorney to address, but just service on a nonprofit board alone isn't enough to give rise to a conflict of interest, I believe, because there's no financial interest in it for the council member.
And we could adopt a
We
code of
have
conduct. Yeah.
council members who sit on boards of nonprofits that receive grants from the city have typically recused themselves, not for political reform act purposes, but for essentially bias reasons. So we have actually segregated those out and voted without that council member for that particular entity. We haven't had any of those recently, but that's the way we've done it in the past.
And is that something we have in our code of conduct, or we can put in our code of conduct?
Well, I don't think it's in the code, but it's been the practice of the city that just because the member is on the board, even though it's unpaid, the perception that is so great that that I have advised that they recuse on those votes for grants.
I think it's worth somehow making that, I guess, a code of conduct or a policy. And I also wonder if my colleagues are interested in when those are filed, that there's a public disclosure at a council meeting every year that the council member who's on a board mentions, and I filed my Form 700s, Attachment C, and I am just reminding folks that I am a member of a board of directors of this organization. Because I think in some way that's part of what people are asking about, which is where are our conflicts, supposed or otherwise, and we have to say when we travel, we spend less than 30 seconds often describing 3 days at a conference. I think people could understand that, this is another way in which they participate in the community. I don't know if you're comfortable with that, but to me it seems like that's about disclosure, because, you'd have to find someone's Form 700 to know that. But I leave both of those things up to.
And it could even be as simple as agendizing it once a year, that, at the beginning of the year or at some point during the year, it's agendized for council members to disclose which nonprofit boards they serve on, if any.
Correct, since the Form 700s are due once a year, you could
April,
do it around
yeah.
that time, what is it? May 1st, maybe at the first meeting in May after they've been filed for the April 1st.
So I would move that we support staff, the recommendation 7 with the additional direction about disclosure of nonprofit boards.
I would add about having it in our code of conduct.
To
To
recuse
to
yourself.
recuse if you're, yes,
And
if there's,
I'm fine with that too.
All right, are there 5 yeses for that item?
Yep.
All right, item 7 passes 5-0. Restrictions of campaign officials serving as lobbyists.
Since we're holding number
We're holding that.
3.
Yes, I was
yeah,
going to say, I think we don't really want to take this up, and I believe that brings us to the end. Did you need us to review any of those votes?
Can we thank
please?
Max and Joe for all their hard work? Can we thank
Thank
Max and Joe
you.
for all their hard work?
And the other task force member as well.
Elizabeth Ralston.
Yes.
Thank you very much to both of you. All right, we're moving to item 5B.
yeah, I just, there are just so many cultural holidays. Should we have staff categorize in terms of, like, this is just for social media, this is for promoting an event somewhere else, this is for doing an event here? How do you see this?
Yeah,
Because
that's the direction in recommendation 1. It actually says to direct staff to do that. And then in recommendation 2, to evaluate the list provided. It's possible that not all of these holidays will officially be recognized in some way. But I think the idea is that we should have, on an ongoing basis, recognition of many of these cultural holidays as part of the fabric of our community.
I think the idea of asking staff to review these is that some of them may be appropriate for us to just acknowledge on social media, wishing everyone a happy whatever the holiday is. And some of them may not be appropriate at all for the city to weigh in on, and some of them we already celebrate, and we should be promoting that sort of collectively so that we're recognizing that these all tie together as part of the city's promotion of diversity.
I just think there need to be 2 additions, which is National Donut Day, and I'm actually serious.
Abby Land would love that.
And National Social Media Day, which I believe is in May or June, because our population and our city itself is so heavily directed towards social media. Oh, we have citizen position slips to be read regarding this.
Just one. Karen Ayers wanted to express her support for the item.
Thank you, Karen Ayers. All those in favor of item 5B, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to the end of our meeting.
I have a comment.
We have additional council member and public comment.
Who's first?
Yes. George, get on down here. George Bujarski and then John Erickson. Good evening, George.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. George Bujarski, live in WeHo. I'm not going to be, I don't think I'm going to be able to get through what I would like to talk about in one sitting. What I am going to talk about is dust, and dust in, our clean city. And so dust coming from construction sites, which are well maintained by developers in West Hollywood. There are a number of things. First of all, the early stages of construction are always the worst. There are some things that something can be done about, and others not. Noise, probably not. Dust, yes. The city has one provision dealing with this type of dust, and that is that the area that's going to be excavated be wetted down. Now, I'd like to call that Plan A. And perhaps you might see why that provision doesn't mean very much. You spend a lot of effort wetting down what is basically a veneer of wet earth. Along comes a scoop, grabbing a lot of dry earth into the truck, poof. Down the street goes the truck, poof, 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 poof. Diagonally from where we live, there was a very large development, block to block. The developer in the community meeting pledged that they would do everything possible
Take another moment, but your 2 minutes have in fact passed.
Okay, to control the dust. And from that, and this is what I just want to get this to continue. From that came the manager of the sites, actually on his own initiative, coming up with Plan B. And that's where I'd like to go from next time, if I survive. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. John Erickson is our last speaker.
Hello, everyone. I swore I was going to go home early tonight and watch Iowa, but Iowa still isn't even done yet, so might as well just be up here. Although I hear Pete's coming in third, so I mean, never know what's happening. I just want to say tonight was a really fun council meeting in many ways. It was rowdy and people care about a lot of issues. Passions were explored and but that's exactly why we need to make sure that the people that are representing us on the council take the time and the passion to care about these issues. The people that actually in the meeting till 11:40 at night or whatever are actually here having their opinions expressed. The thing is people care about this city, and I saw that on full reflection tonight, but we need to make sure that the future of the city is also upheld. And the people that are taking the times out of their night to actually be here and have input on these issues are super critical. The people that aren't here, that don't take time to have these inputs on these really critical issues, I think it's really telling. Tonight was a really special council meeting because a lot of views were expressed. And the future of the city, the present state of the city is in good hands. We need to start looking at what that future looks like, and I'm really excited for what November looks like. Maybe a little scared because of that voting presentation we had, because there was a lot going on there. And well, come to the Vagina Monologues. We're having a vote machine. We'll do it for you then and there. But thank you for the passion. Thank you for all the input. It was actually a really fun night, and it's not even midnight.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Meister.
Yeah, I just wanted to say for the record that I was not personally responsible for the left and right turns on Sunset, as Mikey Friedman suggested.
I know, in fact, I think I worked on that, so.
So anyway, I just wanted to just say that for the record and thank whichever council was here at that time and our Public Works Division.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of tonight's meeting. Our next meeting is on February 18th, which is a Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. Thank you all.